see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
All right. Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Salutations and all that. Welcome. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Rob Anthony. He's right there, too.
What's up, man?
Kat's going to be late today, yeah?
She is, yeah.
Hopefully that when she does get here, we will hear her. I think that we should. Apparently, they're having some engineering problems that they've been having since about 5:30 this morning, where her studio is stuck. You know, usually I'll pair my studio with hers.
Yeah.
And apparently that studio is stuck on this studio, which for our purposes is fine, but it really jammed up some of our other stations this morning. Because they couldn't talk to each other or they couldn't, you know, whatever. So
I didn't see an engineer here.
No, one of the morning show, one of the producers over there at WTAM, I don't know, was directed to someone in engineering, and I thought that when he told me this morning at about 8:15, I said, well, you've spoken to someone. I have to imagine by the time I go on the air at 2 o'clock, it probably won't be an issue anymore, and I don't know that it is or isn't because Kat's not here yet, but when I did my normal run-through of the board here and tried to pair to her studio, nothing happened. So my understanding is that she is stuck paired to this studio, which means we should be able to hear her later on. This is all very behind the scenes, but I'm just thinking aloud here.
It's foreshadowing.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, I'm trying to, you know, we are prone to technical difficulties here at the world's #1 audio company. And so I just like this audience, as with every facet of this show, whether it's the user experience, whether it is the content itself, whether it is the hosts, I like people to be able to manage their expectations.
Yes.
Properly. Anyway, we would love to have you along if you want to join us live at any point today. If you are listening to this later on in podcast form, well, hope you had a great day. Whatever. Hope your wildest dreams came true. Otherwise, live, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
And if you're listening to any segments, this is segment 1. I want to keep repeating that because it may play 5th, which we only have 4 hours.
I stopped segmenting yesterday.
I know.
Until they figure that out, I'm back to posting the full show. So for the people who have been complaining to me with their first world problems that it's making them scroll too much, I'm giving them carpal thumb or something. I don't know what that condition is called. What's the thumb version? You know, is it called scroll thumb? It's a modern day injury, a repetition injury. You know how carpal tunnel syndrome just exploded in people in the advent of the mouse? People were at their computers. The computer age brought with it all kinds of things. And now people have, with the advent of smartphones and people on social media all the time, or just on their phones in general, you have things like phone neck. And they're talking about how across the board, eyesight is getting nuked because we're on our phones all the time. You know, that doesn't bode well for future generations because kids start in front of screens and tablets very young. And so they're like, what happens is, what they're finding is that invariably it will really mess with people's eyes. And so I don't know what the thumb thing is called. I guess just repetitive injuries. But, you know, some people, I work with a mouse all day long. I can't believe my right hand doesn't hurt. I know why my left hand has got carpal tunnel, baby. Yeah, I know. What's going on there?
Could it be?
Don't get me wrong.
Trigger thumb? I mean, I know trigger finger, right? So could it be trigger thumb, perhaps? Like it just locks up and causes the issue?
I guess it could be anything, but I'm just thinking, you know, people who have complained to us, texting thumb or gamer's thumb.
Gamer's thumb,
what it's
okay.
called, yeah. The general terminology is a repetitive strain injury, but more specifically, texter's thumb or gamer's thumb. And so when I started breaking the show into segments, I started posting the show hour by hour, and then I would still post the full show, which some people loved, some people did not. People who loved it said, well, sometimes I can only listen to half the show, so it's very helpful if I know where I left off. I can just start listening in the 4 o'clock hour or start listening in the 3 o'clock hour. Other people who didn't like that, and I understand people are resistant to change. I'm one of them, trust me. But for the purposes of letting people consume the program however they like, I figured more options are better. I'm pretending like it was my idea. It was not. However, the primary complaint among people who did not like it was that they had to scroll too much, to which I measured myself very quickly and realized that I had 1% sympathy. And whatever. So, but I stopped doing it last night just because they haven't been able to figure it out. And my thought is, well, until you guys can figure it out, since it's something you wanted me to do with my show, I will not do that until the powers that be figure out how that works. So again, it's all behind the curtain. It's all, inside baseball. However, it does go to the user experience. So for people who really didn't like it, at least for the next couple of days, you'll have the show simply posted in its entirety.
Till they notice, right?
I mean, it's fine. Somebody from higher up will come to me and say, we want you to do this, and I will respectfully reply. I thought I was going to get it today. I will respectfully reply. I'd like to wait until they've got it figured out so that my audience can enjoy this program in a way that they are most accustomed, which is smoothly.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, whatever crap goes into the stew, I can only do so much about that, right? But the back end of this whole thing, when it gets pushed out to the various platforms, I can't control that at all. So I will only control what I can. And so for the time being, I'm not going to post segments of this program.
And when it leaves here, it leaves in good shape.
Listen,
what it does from there, we can't do anything about.
That's true. I don't do anything. They hit me up. I get all these emails. Well, did you do this? Guys, I'm not doing anything different than it's not like I just figured out how to do this yesterday, right? I've been doing this, been posting these for a long, long time. Alan, I'd rather crap in my hand and clap than scroll through hours of nonsense to get to the show. Yeah, but that's my point. You're not, though, right? You're literally scrolling because I post them in order. So I have to, boy, this is really inside baseball, but I have, because people ask me, and so I try to respond to them in a concise way, that I post the hours backwards. So when they go to the platforms, you see them in order. You see 2, 3, 4, 5 by hour. But the full show, which, by the way, is all I post to our Facebook page. I have to manually post that to Facebook. I do that every night. I only post the full show. So if you you go to Facebook, the Alan Cox Show Facebook page, you'll see the full show there. But the people, I get these DMs from people, oh, this is terrible. I go, it's not terrible. Terrible is the wrong word to choose. Terrible.
Inconvenient, perhaps.
It's not even that. It really doesn't even rise to the level of inconvenient. It's different and mildly, I don't know what. Literally, if I saw a show, because I've gone through, I try to do a lot of quality control here, evidence to the contrary. And when I go on there, I go, okay, yeah, okay. It should all be there. But if you have to scroll one extra thing down to see it, it would be completely different if they just said, we only want you to post by hour, right? We don't want you to do that would be a whole other thing. That would get me arguing with people. This, I'm like, well, let's see how it works. And that's what I said. Let's see how it works. And so far, it has not worked well. And so all I'm saying is, when somebody from higher up hits me up, that's what I will tell them. I will say, well, until they can smooth this out, I respectfully decline to do that for the time being. So the ball's in their court.
They?
The ball, who they?
I don't know. You said they.
Well,
what do you mean those people?
We have an entire podcast division of this company. And the people who are in charge of this is all above my pay grade, right? I provide them the content. They jam commercials in. Of which, by the way, I see not one thin gilder. So I know why they want more segments so they can put more advertising in. I don't benefit from that advertising at all. So it's not like I'm trying to, listen, I try to be a cool guy around here, but I'm not looking to add any more work to my plate.
Well, how is Ryan Seacrest supposed to make money from Jumbo Casino if you don't play those commercials?
Listen, I don't begrudge anybody for making a buck. I'm just saying that I'm doing more work, but I'm not, you know what I mean?
I mean, the poor guy's riding the poverty train,
and
Alan.
that's not even, listen, he's a successful guy. I never count other people's money. That's not even what it is. It's just that I'm happy to do it once they can figure out how to do it smoothly. So it's on them. So for the time being, I'm just going to be posting the full show.
I count his money every single day.
You know what's going to happen, though, is we do this long enough, people go, I kind of liked when it was hour by hour. People, nobody knows, myself included, nobody knows what they want.
Can you get that back up for us quick, please? Really kind of miss it now.
Listen, and I'm always happy to help. I am, always happy to help. But I need things to be smooth. So as not to, because it's not like the people who listen and get upset are emailing our podcast division. They're emailing me.
Right.
And they should be emailing me.
You guys are idiots.
It's my name on the logo. I get it.
Oh, dude, the emails I get. Oh, my God.
They were all idiots.
Oh, yeah, not even you guys. Are you purposely trying to sabotage the show? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Me personally, I don't want anybody to succeed in this building.
What do you mean sabotage?
Because if something doesn't work right, they're like,
see.
the
On the
podcast
text,
didn't work or whatever. Yeah, I get lit up constantly in email.
Yeah. Well, okay. Anyway. Wait, that's not what I want. I was trying to be all slick there.
Oh,
Now
sabotage.
The moment's passed. Sabotage. I say sabotage. All right, I got a break. You want to send me a text, 35192. Those work just fine. I see them all. You can watch on our YouTube channel. As far as I know, it's working too. And listen anywhere on the aforementioned iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Our iHeartRadio Music Awards on Fox were filled with epic moments and live performances.
iHeartRadio. Now streaming on Hulu for a limited time.
Bad Bunny,
Billie Eilish.
Glorilla,
Kenny Chesney.
Money Long,
Nelly.
and your host, LL Cool J.
Congratulations to all of this year's big winners. Plus, iHeart Innovator Award recipient Lady Gaga.
Winning an award honoring my entire career is a hard thing to get my head around.
Icon Award recipient Mariah Carey.
As a kid, I used to listen to my favorite artists on the radio and dream of being on the airwaves myself.
And iHeartRadio's Tour of the Century Award, honoring Taylor Swift, the Eras Tour.
I appreciate this more than you know. Thank you so much for honoring this tour.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Award.
Brought to you by Jeep.
Thank you to all of the iHeartRadio listeners who make these beautiful things possible.
Streaming now on Hulu.
Did you know even the smallest increase in mortgage rates can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your loan? Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. It's true, even a 0.25% change in rate can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your mortgage. But with Third Federal's new Early Rate Lock, you don't have to take chances. Early Rate Lock is the only pre-approval that locks in your rate at pre-approval, even before you find a house. Plus, we're so confident that our rates are the lowest, if you find a lower rate, we'll beat it or give you $1,000. And now through April 15th, get pre-approved with Third Federal and we'll pay all of your closing costs. So don't wait. Call Third Federal today.
Right now at Third Federal, even before you find a home, lock in 6.50%, APR 6.56% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-THIRD-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. Zero closing costs on low-cost loans only. See conditions for lowest rate guarantee at thirdfederal.com. Equal housing lender.
Things are just better when you switch to Cricket. The sun shines a little brighter. Happy music starts randomly playing. Best of all, you can get iPhone 13 for just $29.99. With the ultra-bright Super Retina display and up to 19 hours of video playback, all on Cricket's super-fast 5G network. See? Isn't that better? Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new account imported on $60 plan. First service charge and tax to its sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Brought to you by the Capital One Venture X card. As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network, Capital One wants to bring you closer to the athletes you love, literally, with premium travel benefits from the Capital One Venture X card. With Venture X, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when booking on Capital One Travel and access to airport lounges worldwide. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Do you need a reason to get to Summit Racing this weekend? How about 10%? Save 10% off your total purchase at the Summit Racing Retail Superstore in Talmadge. From wheels to car wax, brakes to bumpers, Summit Racing has what you need for your muscle car, dragster, off-roader, or whatever else is in your driveway. Build it with Summit and get 10% off your total purchase this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at the Summit Racing Retail Superstore. 5 minutes east of Akron off I-76. Exclusions apply. Savings valid on retail purchases only. See store for details.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you sick of Ohio winter weather? Spring camping is almost here, and deals are blooming at RCDRV. From March 15th to the 29th, take advantage of our spring savings event with over 800 new and pre-owned RVs in stock. If you're sick of being stuck in the house, let us help plan a springtime adventure. With new travel trailers starting as low as $12,995, we have campers for every budget. Visit our locations, Medina and North Ridgeville, or shop online at rcdrv.com. Don't wait. RCDRV is your destination for springtime adventure.
Hey, it's Rob. It's tax season, and Boost Mobile wants to turn your tax refund into 6 months of savings. When you buy 6 months on their best unlimited plans, Boost will give you another 6 months for free. Now, I'm no accountant, but that seems like a really good deal. And I'm not done yet. Visit a Boost Mobile store during tax season and enter to win up to $10,000 to double your refund. So head to your nearest Boost Mobile store now, and I'll go back to my day job. Requires upfront payment, taxes and fees extra. Terms and exclusions apply. Visit boostmobile.com for full offer terms and sweeps details.
When you have a problem with your home's heating system, you want it fixed fast and when it's convenient for you. Hi, this is Doug Jackson with Jackson Comfort Services. At Jackson Comfort, we know it's not convenient to hear we'll be there sometime between 8 and 5. So we're closing that gap. Jackson Comfort guarantees our customers 1 hour appointment windows. You pick the 1 hour window that works best for you. Call or visit us online at jacksoncomfort.com, home of the 1 hour appointment window, because convenience is comfortable.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Hey, Ohio State fans. While others cut corners, like that team up north, Valvoline Instant Oil Change is Buckeye-level quality. We train hard and treat every day like game day. We're always quick, but never rushed. And you can stay in your car while our experts do the work. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is a proud sponsor of Ohio State Athletics. Visit valvoline.com/Buckeyes to find your nearest location and access exclusive fan savings.
The Black Keys. No Rain, No Flowers Tour. Live in Cuyahoga Falls. Blossom Music Center, Friday, August 22nd. The Black Keys. With special guest Gary Clark Jr. Get tickets this Friday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. For more, visit theblackkeys.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's the spring favorite sale at Macy's, which means it's the best time to shop for all the new looks you love, like bold floral dresses for $150 and under, and 50 to 75% off lightweight suits for any occasion. Plus, 30% off denim handbags that bring the whole look together. So come into Macy's and find a few of your favorites for spring, or maybe even more than a few. Only through Sunday. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
The 2025 Car Parts Warehouse iX piston-powered Autorama returns March 28th, 29th, and 30th at the iX Center. Get tickets now at all 23 Car Parts Warehouse locations. Online at pistonpowershow.com and save. Kids 12 and under are free. If a piston makes it go, it's in this show.
Kevin Morat, Mentality founder here with a wake-up call. You're running on fumes, gentlemen. Just 1/3 of the free testosterone you need. That's why you're drained, defeated, and disgusted with your progress. But here's the truth. Mentality doctors specialize in epic comebacks. Our clients show an increase of 30% testosterone levels within the first month. We don't just treat men, we reignite lives. Just imagine the focus, energy, and drive being restored. Your comeback starts now. Don't wait. Make this your best year yet. Start today at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Rocket is giving every home one address. Rocket.com, a single, seamless home ownership platform to help you find, buy, sell, finance, even refinance your home. Everything you need all under one roof. Visit Rocket.com today. Rocket. Own the dream.
Calling all college hoops fans. Make your next bet during March matchups at BetMGM go even further with an Underdog Boost token. Simply add any plus 200 or longer tournament straight bet to your bet slip and activate your Underdog Boost token. If that bet hits, you'll walk away with a higher payout. For a moments, BetMGM is your sportsbook for all of it. Enjoy same-game parlays, original bets you won't find anywhere else, player props, and so much more during March matchups. And when there's a break in the tournament action or you're looking to switch things up, check out daily promotions and offers for all your favorite sports. Don't miss your chance at a bigger March matchups score with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Ohio only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as tokens that expire in 48 hours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with MGM Northfield Park.
Traffic. From the Elkin Elk Traffic Center, if you were injured because of medical malpractice, call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Dealing with some construction delays in Streetsboro, that's on the Turnpike eastbound between I-480 and Route 44. Fallen power cables, Snowville Road at 21 in Brecksville, and an accident on the 480 West ramp to Tiedemann Road. I'm Mike Ross in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
Now through March 31st, buy 4 eligible Firestone tires and get $60 back by mail on a Visa prepaid card. Get up to $120 back by mail when you use your CFNA credit card. Subject to credit approval. See store or FirestoneRewards.com for details.
Did you know that 40% of adults can't explain what a tax deduction is?
I can't either.
Well, we're here to help. I'm Leah Palmieri.
And I'm Matt Stillo.
And this season on Grown Up Stuff, we're making taxes way less scary.
There's no other time in life where you're like, am I going to get back $4,000 or am I going to owe $10,000? It's like the crappiest casino.
Listen to Grown Up Stuff on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Grown Up Stuff and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
If you ever get the feeling that he doesn't love you,
don't you love me too?
Feel again. Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
(216-578-1007) to join us live, or 800-348-1007. Tomorrow, comedian Rosebud Baker is going to be here. I'm very excited to meet her. She's very funny. I've had her husband on many times. He's a comic named Andy Haynes, and he's a funny dude, but Rosebud Baker has got a new hour on Netflix. She's doing This Weekend at Hilarities. Her family is very prominent. I think one of her stories that she tells is how her grandfather was Secretary of State under Reagan, maybe. A guy named James Baker, I think, was her grandfather. So she comes from that kind of pedigree, but she's very, very funny all on her own. And so that'll be tomorrow. Also tomorrow, I noticed, even though they were celebrating it today, is the birthday of our big boss here at iHeart Cleveland.
Oh, God.
One Keith Hotchkiss. But the reason that I went to put my, I always have a couple of drinks that I bring in and lunch that I'll put in the fridge. And when I put that in this morning, most of the fridge was taken up with this giant cake. It said, "Happy birthday, Keith." And that's fine because Thursday is a day where there are a lot of people in the office. Friday, it's a goddamn ghost town, right? So it makes sense that they would do all of that today, even though his birthday is tomorrow. But as I didn't notice until you pointed it out, the number on the cake, one of them was backwards.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah, it said he's going to be 48.
48.
It said 80. Like if you looked at it from the other side, 84 was right. The 4 was backwards.
The 4 was turned around.
Facing where it said "Happy Birthday, Keith," like in between "Happy" and "Birthday" on this giant sheet cake. 48 with the 4 backwards.
And somebody had to have pointed that out, by the way.
Me? I don't know if anybody noticed.
How would no one notice before you?
It's still like that. No one would have corrected it.
I mean, even if you hadn't told me, once I saw it in the kitchen, I'd be like, the 4 is backwards.
But like, if it was you blowing out the candles on that cake, wouldn't you have been like, "Hey, 4 is backwards, somebody"?
I'm not 84 years old.
Yeah, like, and the cake's facing me the right way, and the 4 is backwards.
Yeah. Well, they're very busy out there. Maybe whoever did it really didn't. But that's that attention to detail that I think if you really want to celebrate someone's birthday.
Oh, did you see all the pizza in there too?
No, there was one piece left by the time I got to the kitchen.
Same.
Yeah.
Because
I did not see that.
The Savages got to it, but the
food at a radio station.
Oh my God.
Is I mean, even when people were in the office every day, it was a nightmare.
It's insane. Like as soon as that, like, hey, there's food in the bread, it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Savages.
Locusts. No good for them. Listen, nobody should be. Listen, free food slaps. But I'm not going to sit in there. I've got a show to do. I'm not going to sit there and be eating pizza 1 hour before I have to go on.
That was because the salespeople were here today, so they
that's what I mean.
Pizza.
Like, that's why I think the celebration was today instead of tomorrow. There's nobody here. Literally on Fridays, I'm like the only. There's TAM people, but on Fridays it's me until like 1 o'clock. And so it's pretty wild. Is there a chance that Keith Hotchkiss is actually 84 years old? Is there? I mean, he looks really
good for
his
84.
age if he's 84.
It's terrible for 48, but for 84.
Is there, he looks okay even for 48. Is there something that maybe we aren't hip to that the people who put that cake out there know? Do they? I mean, it's entirely possible that they know something we don't know. In this case, could it be that he's far, far older than we thought? Is he potentially in like a Benjamin Button type situation?
Well, you know what it is. I figured it out. You watch What We Do in the Shadows.
I did, yes.
He is Colin Robinson.
Is that who he is?
That's what's happening. He sucks the life out of everyone. And that's why he looks so young. He's 84 years old, but he's so boring and sucks the life out of everyone.
Oh, is he really?
Look at it. Look at him. He looks fantastic for 84.
Uh-huh.
Tucson, Arizona.
Tucson, Arizona.
He's Colin Robinson.
Energy vampire.
The energy vampire. I've never, ever figured it out until now.
That's why he has so much energy.
And those blue eyes. That's why they're always blue. Because he just never stops sucking the energy.
Piercing
blue eyes.
Huh. Well, maybe I'm having a different experience with him than other people are. Because I've never felt like my energy has been sucked from him.
You're quick. You're in and out. You get stuck in one of those meetings, man.
I see. Well, yeah, but wouldn't that be true of anybody in one of those meetings? I mean, nobody wants to be in meetings, and I mercifully don't have to sit through more than like 2 a quarter.
Yeah, not everyone looks like that at 84, Alan.
Yeah, okay.
Tucson, Arizona.
Tucson, Arizona.
Hey, your Cleveland Cavaliers, they got the yips, boy. Cavs lose their 3rd in a row, and in the process will not be able to join that exclusive 70-win club. 123 to 119 last night, West Coast. Maybe daylight saving time. Let me proffer not a conspiracy theory, but perhaps an explanation. You know, they've been sucking wind on the West Coast. Loss of the Clippers, loss of the Kings. Maybe it's a combination of West Coast and maybe the ripple effects of daylight saving time. Is it too late to blame things on daylight saving time? You know, today is the vernal equinox, too. It's the first day of spring. Maybe that's throwing them off. maybe their spring has sprung. But the Cavs have lost 3 in a row, which, of course, is setting off alarm bells. Hopefully nowhere. But they go to 56-13, now making them the number 2 team in the NBA. Neck and neck with the Oklahoma City Thunder. But the Cavs lose again last night, 123-119. Not a blowout. There's a much bigger gap there with that Clippers game. But they are in Phoenix tomorrow night. Maybe Phoenix, these guys will get their mojo back against Charles Barkley, Steve Nash, and the Phoenix Suns. Tomorrow. I'm sorry?
Nope. Nope.
Tomorrow night, Cavs, Suns in Phoenix. At 10 o'clock, all these West Coast game times. 10 o'clock tomorrow night, 9:30 pregame here on MMS.
Did you see the quote from Donovan Mitchell?
I did not.
Oh, it's the best. I love, because everybody is freaking out, right? You guys lost 3 games in a row. What are you going to do? And he goes, I'm trying to refrain from using the word happy. He continues, I'm kind of a sicko, so I enjoy this. This is what makes the season fun, going through adversity. I mean, it's the end of the season. They've lost 3 in a row.
No, absolutely.
Who cares?
Absolutely. He is correct, but also, like, you face adversity every single night.
Yeah, but they could not lose. I mean, they were they were blowing teams out by 40. You know, it's just.
Yeah.
I think this is normal. This is a good time for this to happen.
Most teams on that kind of run, it happens way before now.
Oh, totally. Yeah. They're already in. You know what I mean? Yep. Now's the time. If you're going to have a slide, this is when you have it.
Mm-hmm. Well, anyway, we are within 1 month of the last game of regular season play. That'll be a home game against the Indiana Pacers. And next week, by the way, I will have Cavs Bulls tickets for you. That is May 8th. That is also Guardians opening day. So that's going to be a long day for me. But if you want to go to the Cavs Bulls, I will have those tickets for you all next week.
I'll tell you what, man. With Cat out, I am surrounded by dongles. I have
dongles.
Dongles, because I have to use these things to answer the phones when people call, right?
Yep.
So that's a dongle. And then I have my mouse dongle. But then there's 2 other dongles I have to use for other programs when I'm plugged in out there. So now I have to try to keep track of all of these dongles, and I only have so many inputs, Alan.
I do understand that. I heard that about you even before.
I'm only a 2-input dongle guy.
Yeah. Michael McDonald vibes there from that dude who I like a lot, Tom McGovern. I think he's one of the members of a band called Wolves of Glendale, who are a lot of fun. But why do we call it a dongle?
I don't know, man, but I am slapping dongles out of the way left and right. I'm just like, I can't take any more dongles.
You've got big dongle energy.
I mean, I've got one in each hand.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with these things.
Yep. Keep them away from your face.
Okay.
Because they're so small that if they poke you in the eye, they won't work properly when you try to insert them in something else. So.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, listen, I'm here to help.
Expert.
Alan, you guys were talking about CB handles and trucking yesterday. My husband's CB handle was Jammer, and I called myself Mammy Jammer. Sounds problematic.
Mm-hmm.
Just wanted people to know who he was jamming. I
guess.
See.
I get it.
Because when people can't see your husband, only hear him, it's important for everyone else to know.
The single word.
He's got a woman.
Doesn't jammer seem like a weird CB handle? Like you'd want like 2 words, right? Like mammer jammer or.
Well, she was Mammy Jammer.
Right.
I don't know.
Whammy jammer.
Whammer jammer, like the old
Jay Giles
song. Yeah. But I don't know. I have no experience on the Citizens Band.
I mean, I guess it's fine. You know, jammer's fine. It's no sizable bush, but it's good.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine.
Well, I don't know if Sizable Bush was going to take off, but it would be great if it did, you know?
This is Sizable Bush. Come on. Oh, this is so good, man.
I said you're going to get it all down, get it all night, get it all right, get it out of sight and get it down, baby. Yeah. Whammer jammer, let me hear you, dig it.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Rock and roll was so good when everybody was on drugs. The band, the crowd, you could do whatever you wanted. Didn't have to make sense.
Peter Wolf, a very unpopular opinion. That right there is the better band from Boston. Jay Giles, better band than Aerosmith.
Oh, you
in
think
my
so?
opinion. Oh, God, yeah.
Well, didn't Peter Wolf start as a DJ in Boston?
Yeah.
He was on the radio for a long time, right?
Yeah, and then he teamed up with the Rock's father-in-law there. I can't think of his name off the top of my head.
Sib Hashian.
Sib Hashian.
He was the drummer for Boston.
Yep, and then that's kind of all where it went from there.
The one time I saw the Jay Giles band, my wife's a huge fan, and she's a huge Bob Seger fan. We were in the second row at what was then the Q years ago, and Jay Giles opened for Bob Seger. And I had never seen the Jay Giles band before. And it was awesome. They were great.
I messed that up, by the way. Sib Hashian was the drummer for Boston.
Yeah, he was
and
the
Brad Delp got together.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
That was my mess up.
Yeah. The late Brad Delp,
Yeah.
right? Killed himself.
Great singer, bad barbecuer.
Is that what it was?
He lit a barbecue fire in his bathroom and killed himself.
That's
in the
how
tub.
Brad Delp killed himself?
Yep.
Oh, I thought he just hanged himself.
Nope.
Or shot. He immolated himself?
Yeah. He lit a barbecue, charcoal barbecue in his bathroom, in the bathtub, and died.
That is crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
Why do it that way, I wonder?
I don't know. I think it's probably you're breathing and then you pass. I mean, just kind of pass out. You would think it's probably like no different than if you sat in your car.
He didn't light himself
No.
on fire.
No.
Oh, I see. He died
See, you
from
used a
smoke
big word and I didn't
inhalation.
know what that meant, so I thought that meant smoke inhalation.
No.
No, he probably just the CO2 is, I'm guessing, or not CO2, what's it called? Carbon monoxide.
Yes.
Knocked him out. And then he just died from, I would guess at that point, either smoke inhalation or too much carbon monoxide.
I see.
You can't use big words with me, Alan. I tell you all the time. I'm a dope.
Sorry. Self-immolation like the monks in Vietnam. The Rage Against the Machine album cover, right? That famous monk sitting in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
Who protested the war.
Just next time you say guy lights himself on fire. You know
Okay,
that famous
yeah, I'm
monk
sorry.
that set himself on fire, Rob? Talk
Yeah.
down. I'm dumb.
Okay.
Dope.
Guy that, see, in my brain, I go, guy that set himself on fire is like 5 or 6 words. Immolation's 1.
All right, I'll dedicate it to memory now. Saved.
Uh-huh.
What's it called? Himalayans?
Immolation.
Immolation. Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Alan, slang for truck driving was gear jamming. That's probably where that guy got it from. All right, gear jamming.
But that would be a good name. It's Gear Jammer. Come on.
Yeah. Well, maybe a lot of guys had that name, and so he just shortened it to Jammer. I don't know. Alan, please punch Rob in the nuts for saying Jay Giles is better than Aerosmith.
They are.
You prefaced it by saying it's an unpopular opinion. I'm
Boston. The band
Rob
Boston is better than Aerosmith. I get it. Aerosmith was just, I don't know, man. Listen to it. It's not that good.
How about the mighty, mighty Boss Tones?
Great band.
Better than Aerosmith.
No. No. But the fact that
now I'm just piling on.
the fact that Boston and Jay Giles are not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and Aerosmith is a tragedy.
All right. My favorite Boston band, glad you asked. The Pixies.
I'll give it to you.
Thank you. Why wouldn't you?
Great band.
Yup.
I love that song about UMass because I was there all of the time.
Yup.
Filthy, but a good song.
Yup. Okay, I've got to take a break here. Text me 35192 if you happen to be listening to us live on the iHeartRadio app. You can leave messages there as well. Hey, you want to go see Tom Kiefer? Tom Kiefer, the legendary voice of Cinderella, is coming through, and he's playing with L.A. Guns. He's not fronting L.A. Guns. It's Tom Kiefer and L.A. Guns. So he'll have a band backing him. And the show is coming up September 5th at the Agora. So you'll be sitting on these for a minute. But you'll have agoracleveland.com for all the details. Tom Kiefer of Cinderella and L.A. Guns, Friday, September 5. Caller 10. These tickets are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
Charlie, when you were a kid, those ridiculous, huge jeans were in style.
Avon Lake Jeep Studios. We say yes.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
The Buzzer.
The home of the buzzer.
The Buzzer. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Call the Alan Cox Show.
Because he's my best friend, he's my pal, he's my homeboy, my rotten soldier, he's my sweet cheese, my good time boy.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192 if you want to text me. AlanCoxShow.com, best place to email me if you're listening on the iHeartRadio app. You can drop messages there for us, too. If you listen from out of state, I'd like to know where people are. Andy listens in Atlanta. Ryan's one of our bureau chiefs in Seattle. Tom is in the Virginia, D.C. area. Tyler and Julia are in Fort Pierce, Florida. Charles is a new bureau chief in Huntington, West Virginia. And Melanie is in Smithville, Tennessee. Your Cavaliers, 3 in a row, the current losing streak. They lost to the Sacramento Kings last night. That was, I always forget that Tristan Thompson is back on the Cavaliers, but he came from the Kings, yeah? He went from the Cavs to the Kings, back to the Cavs, I think.
He's bounced around a lot.
Bounced around a bit.
Pardon the pun.
123 to 119 last night. And the Kings are kind of a 500 team. So Cavs in a bit of a slump right now. They got the yips, but they'll figure it out. Still killing it. And so tomorrow night, they will take a crack at the Phoenix Suns. That's, again, West Coast time, so it's a 10 o'clock tip-off. 9:30 is your pregame with Michael Snyder and the gang. And you have some time remaining all through the month of March, about a week and a half. Use the promo code SHAMROCK for 20% off. I got 2 separate texts from colleagues here at work at 2 separate times last night. Hey, I want to get something from CLE Clothing Company for a friend / relative / whatever. Do we have a promo code? And I was so pleased to be able to write them back immediately and say, do we have a promo code? And then I put in a bunch of question marks. I left it at that. So they were understandably confused, but it was a rhetorical question, and they didn't appreciate the thin attempt at humor. Of course, I responded and said, of course, it's Shamrock. You can use that all month long. And then we'll have another one for you come April.
I would have said, how about you listen to the show and get it? How about that?
Yeah. Well, people have lives to lead. Listen, I don't need our sales staff listening to my show.
You don't?
I need them selling my show. Now, that is much, much easier to do if you do listen. I will say this. What is very interesting and gratifying to me are the people who sell for other radio stations here and or work for some of our other radio stations here who tell me that they mostly listen to this show.
I love that.
And I go, hey, thank you so much. That's awesome. I appreciate it.
All of our news and traffic people do.
Well, I was going to say, it's always the most unusual suspects around here. And I go, well, you know, we're kind of hitting a good groove right now. We're having a lot of fun with Kat. People want to punch Rob in the balls because he thinks Jay Giles is better than Aerosmith. That's fine, too. It's his opinion. Who cares? I think the Pixies are better than all of them. Alan, if Jay Giles' band is better than Aerosmith, then Jimmy Buffett is better than Led Zeppelin.
Oh, you can suck it all, pal.
You see what they're doing there. You could make a case that the Jay Giles band is better band than Aerosmith. No one will make the case that Jimmy Buffett is better than Led Zeppelin.
No, of course they won't.
It would be a very, very difficult
But
case.
this guy got to prove a point.
Apples and oranges.
Opinions are like a-holes. Get out of here.
They all stink. Jay Giles and Aerosmith are kind of that's a linear shift. Buffett Zeppelin, not a linear shift. Those are opposite ends of the musical spectrum.
And Buffett and Zeppelin aren't from the same goddamn town. Dope.
Alan, you were joking about the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones, but I saw them at the Odeon with Blink 182, and they were totally better than Aerosmith. Who needs a Smith to make arrows? All right, listen. And that's not even what that is called, right? The person who makes makes arrows is called something else. We went over this a while ago. There are different types of smiths. An arrowsmith, oh, maybe they are. Makes arrowheads. Blacksmith, bladesmith, brownsmith. You don't want to know what they do.
Well, if that's everyone's last names, right? Like the blacksmith is the blacksmith. Is that where Cox came from?
Yes, we come from a long line of Irish cocksmiths.
Got it. Makes sense.
Yeah, listen,
That's pretty awesome. Just shortened it when you got here?
Well, it was O. Cocksmith for a while, and then just Cocksmith, and then it was Coxman for a minute. No, I'm making all this up. I don't know. My great-great-great-grandfather came from Scotland, and my great-great-great-grandmother came from Ireland, and she settled in Indianapolis, and somehow they met. I don't know.
I wonder if that was like a controversy back then.
How you go from that to my dad. I mean, obviously people move around, but again, how you go from that to my dad being born in Tupelo, Mississippi, I don't know.
The American dream, man.
But that's what happened. His dad grew up in Baltimore or something. It's all over the place. Only reason my dad met my mom is because he came up to the greater Chicagoland area on a summer job in college to sell encyclopedias.
It's fate, man.
Literally how he met my mother.
That's how it all works.
In her small Illinois town. If it hadn't been for that happening, you'd be talking to a completely different guy here.
Sounds like a Mellencamp song.
Probably a better adjusted guy, but a different guy nonetheless. Oh, Becky from Wayne County decided to leave us a message. I see it right here on the screen.
Hey, Alan. Rob. This is Becky from Wayne County.
Wait a second.
All right. Here we go.
Hey, Alan. Rob. This is Becky from Wayne County. I was calling because you were talking about food poisoning yesterday. I didn't have food poisoning, but one time I entered a pie eating contest, and I started eating so much that I threw up all over the place, and in turn, everybody in the contest started throwing up. They used to call me lard ass, so I kind of got my revenge on them. Love you. Love me. Hate the show. Bye.
I will say that
son of a bitch.
That doesn't really sound like Becky from Wayne County. But I do like that now the audience is pretending to be other members of the audience, right? He's like, hey, she can't always do her bit. I'm going to do her bit. Why not?
Trolling us with Becky from Wayne County impressions.
Yes, I love it. We have moved into a truly twisted portion of the program with respect to the audience. How the audience now will troll each other.
That is such a great scene of that movie, too. Just the visual of that puke.
Never saw it.
You've never seen Stand By Me?
No.
Oh, my God.
I thought, just as he was saying it, I thought that was The Sandlot.
No.
I read Stand By Me. I love the story from Stephen King. The Body is what it's called. Never saw Stand By Me.
Oh, you have to see it. That's another one you got to put on your list and watch.
There's all these classic movies. I've talked about this. As much as I love movies, and as many as I have seen, it's not like I'm sitting around watching French movies all day long. I've seen there's a ton of classic films I love, just like everybody else. I love Dumb and Dumber and Ace Ventura and The Shining and all that stuff, right? I just never got around to seeing Stand By Me.
Put it on your list. I'm telling you, man, it is such a good movie.
But wasn't it good, like, if you're a Gen Xer and I was 15 when it came out.
Yeah, but think about when it took place. It's not a timepiece. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter because it took place well before we were born.
But isn't it set in the 50s?
Yeah.
I don't like the movies set in the 50s.
Oh, for God's sake. Oh.
I don't
No,
want,
it was the 60s, Al. How about the 60s?
Well, you know
60s, you like the 60s?
It was like, oh, the 50s, it was a better time. Oh, come on.
That's not what it is.
Oh.
They don't do that.
All right.
It's great. You got to at least watch the lard ass scene.
All right. I will. This is with Fat, what's his name? Jerry O'Connell?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Was he lard ass?
No.
Oh, was it a tertiary character?
Yeah, Lardass they're telling a story, and Lardass gets his revenge on the town by entering a pie eating contest of blueberry pies and then pukes. And then it starts everybody else puking with this massive chain reaction.
I have seen that scene because it's on YouTube and it shows up in, I have seen that scene. I mean,
okay.
The friggin' movie's 30 years old, right? I've just never seen Stand By Me. Like, I know the premise because I read the story. I'm sure they took their liberties with the movie, but no, I just never got around to seeing it. I know it's a modern-day classic. I get it. I saw a XXX version called Stand In Me. I liked that a lot. That was good. There's a lot of Vertical 69 in that, which I love. Listen, don't kink shame. Big proponent of that. Strangely enough, that one also had Corey Feldman.
Yeah.
He needed the money, and it's not his fault. The dude has had a hard time. Alan, how did your future stepdad meet your mice?
Son of a bitch.
See, this is what I'm talking about. I met the guy who calls himself my future stepdad at one of my appearances last week. He walks up, tall black dude. He goes, "Hey, I'm Justin. Hey, I'm your future stepdad." I'm like, ha, 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 ha. And then I go, wait a second, because I recognize the voice.
Yo, Alan, future black stepdad here again. You were talking about your mom dumping her boobs out. I gotta say, they're real and they're spectacular. Yeah! All right, man.
Yeah.
See you at Thanksgiving.
See, okay.
That's my favorite part.
Yeah, I'm
every
sure it
time.
is. Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
Alan, how is the 50s not a better decade? You could eat blueberry pie until you puke. It's pretty much the glory days. You can do that now, you know. You can eat whatever you want until you puke. They're called mukbang videos. People make money off of these.
Those drive
You can eat whatever you want until you puke.
Big old swaller out of it, and I was like, uh-oh.
I get so pissed off listening. Like my kids are sitting there watching their TikToks or whatever, and I hear that.
I don't care for it.
I'm like, what are you watching? Scared me the first time I heard it. I'm like, Jesus, what are you watching?
I didn't think anybody actually watched those except like pervy old dudes who were tipping the girl doing it.
Nope, they watch the mukbangs. I'm telling you, it's disgusting.
I don't want that.
I think it's so disgusting.
I barely want to eat myself. Let me rephrase that.
Eat yourself.
Let me rephrase. I barely want to eat. I sure as balls don't want to watch somebody's stuff in their face.
That's just and it just
wasteful.
It's gross. And then sometimes like it's like the thinnest, tiny little Asian woman that you could imagine doing it, and she'll house a plate of everything in 12 seconds.
Well, you kind of have to be that, right? That body type, like the women who win eating competitions, they're always really thin. They can just get a lot. They can eat a lot of hot dogs.
Well, same with dudes.
Yeah.
Chestnut is the epitome of physical fitness.
Alan, how much squeezy salad would one have to eat to puke? I don't know. Well, for some people, it would just be one because they probably wouldn't enjoy it. They wouldn't enjoy the taste. They wouldn't enjoy the consistency. I don't have a problem with either of those things, at least not with respect to the squeezy salads. But anyway, thank you. Oh, speaking of puking, Christina Applegate, right? She was Kelly Bundy back in the day, and she's had quite a career, but she has really been sidelined. I think she's officially retired from acting. She did a Netflix show called Dead to Me a couple of years back. Currently, because she has been racked with the pain and trouble that comes along with multiple sclerosis. A lot of people have MS. I have friends who have it. My sister has MS. And it manifests itself in different ways with different people. There are some people who manage it, and they really don't have as bad of a time as other people do. Other people are just gutted by it. And Christina Applegate seems to be one of those people. She has a real hard time. She does a podcast with Jamie Lynn Sigler, who was Meadow Soprano back in the day, who also has multiple sclerosis. So they do a podcast where they talk about their condition. They talk about other things too. But to them, it's a way to kind of share their stories and their platform with respect to other people who might listen who suffer from MS. And Christina Applegate was talking on their new episode. They were celebrating the 1-year anniversary of their podcast. It's called Messy with Christina Applegate and Jamie Lynn Sigler. And she said she's been hospitalized 30 times with diarrhea and vomiting. You know, if you've seen Christina Applegate recently, I think that, they'll bring her up on stage if there's an award show or something, but she has a cane. I mean, it's really taken her legs out from under her. And MS does affect different people, differently. Some people are in wheelchairs. I think that's the direction that she's going. But they were discussing, I guess because somebody wrote in about their symptoms, and Christina Applegate was addressing hers.
And I have noticed that, and I'm going to be really honest, if I have to poop, I puke.
Wow.
Oh, wait. Have you puked and had diarrhea at the same time? Because that's my favorite part. That's
You
my
know what
sexiest
that's
part.
called?
Pukeria?
Double dragon. Yeah,
you're
the
doing it at the same
diarrhea's
time.
out of your butt and puke's out of your mouth. You're double dragoning.
Well, always have a little trash can next to your toilet, because so you can do both.
Double dragon. Imagine that. That's what she's going through. You know, when Christina Applegate really is candid about her condition, she's like, I'm practically immobile. I am, because she's going through that, because she's doing the double dragon all the time.
She even sounds way different.
Yes.
Oh, it's such a drag, man.
It's a dragon, Rob.
Yeah. Fair.
Isn't that a video game back in the day? Wasn't Double Dragon, or is that a Jean-Claude Van Damme movie?
No, that was a video game.
Double Impact. What was the Van Damme twins movie?
Oh, I don't remember.
It was Double Impact. Yes, Double Impact. I remember being on the shelves at my Blockbuster Video that I managed. 1991, where Jean-Claude Van Damme played twins. You know, their parents are murdered when they're young. And then they're reunited because they were separated. It's time for them to reunite to avenge their parents' death. At the time, people were like, oh, this is wild because Jean-Claude Van Damme is going to play both characters. As it turned out, that wasn't what happened. The director demanded that the other person they cast get extensive plastic surgery to look exactly like Jean-Claude Van Damme. I think I read that correctly. I think that's exactly what happened.
It was Face Off.
Yes.
Yeah, same premise.
So, yeah, twins. They were, you know, their parents die, separate them. One of them raised in Hong Kong, and the other one raised in Paris. And because one of them grew up pretty violent, and the other one grew up less so, they thought, hey, let's combine our Wonder Twin powers and avenge our parents' deaths. Wasn't Rob double dragoning? We had food poisoning from the New England fish.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's absolutely. That was the first and only time that's ever happened to me. My Aunt Nat used to call it both ways.
I got so sick, I had it coming both ways.
What the hell does that mean?
I was, well, you know, throw up and the sit down at the same time.
Yeah.
Both ways.
Both ways. Well, now you know what it is. It's the double dragon.
The double dragon.
Mm-hmm.
And I have noticed that, and I'm going to be really honest, if I have to poop, I puke.
Wow.
Oh, wait. Have you puked and had diarrhea at the same time? Because that's my favorite part. That's
Do you
my
know what that's
sexiest part.
called?
Pukeria.
Double dragon.
Mm-hmm.
So she's saying that every time she has to take a dump, she throws up?
She said that's why she's been hospitalized 30 times.
Man, that sucks.
With vomiting and diarrhea. Now, she goes on to say that her doctor keeps telling, and she's like, look, I'm not a physician. I've just been living with this. I'm not giving medical advice. But she says, my doctor keeps telling me this is not connected to the MS. And she's like, well, then what the hell else is it? She's like, there has to be some kind of connection. I don't know if there is or isn't. The two of them are 10 years apart, Christina Applegate and Jamie Lynn Sigler, but they are both publicly dealing with the effects of multiple sclerosis. And it's one of the reasons where I hate being so far away from my family, because my sister was diagnosed a number of years ago. People are diagnosed, obviously, at different times. And my sister is at a point where she has, like, medication. She manages it. She has no outward signs whatsoever. But again, I'm not around my family every day. And so that's one of those things where I can't really keep my ear to the ground. She got married last summer. Looking at her, talking to her, you'd never know unless she told you. But then there are other people who are just decimated by it, you know? So Christina Applegate, I think, is on that end of the spectrum. Jamie Lynn Sigler, less so. But I've seen Jamie Lynn Sigler do advertisements for an MS drug.
Yep.
But yeah, I think it's been much, much harder on Christina Applegate.
I'll tell you what,
She was America's sweetheart.
Oh, without question.
Yeah.
That podcast should be called The Two Chicks Rob Had a Crush On in the 90s. I like from straight through the 90s.
Kelly Bundy and Meadow Soprano.
Yeah, I mean, like, insane.
Yeah.
I mean, as Meadow Soprano got older, obviously, when the show was young.
I was going to say, she's like
count.
13 in the first season.
Yeah, I'm not talking
of
about
Sopranos.
then.
Yeah.
Obviously. But yeah, man, even now, she's just, God, she's hot.
Yeah.
Whew.
Well, and Kelly Bundy was like every trashy girl I was trying to date in high school.
Mm-hmm.
Because we were the same age, she and I. Still are. And you were like, oh, man, Kelly Bundy.
And she was just that. She was like, she played that blonde, slutty role
Yeah.
so well.
Yeah.
You believed everything
I'm
about
like,
it.
why can't I meet a great girl like that in real life?
Perfect.
And then she married the guy from Porno for Pyros. I don't think that they are still married, but maybe they are. I don't know. Martine Lenoble, isn't that her husband? I've got to take a break. Hey, want to go to the Autorama? This is always fun. The Autorama is coming back to Cleveland. The Car Parts Warehouse, IX, piston-powered Autorama. As the name tells you, it's over there at the IX Center. It is the 28th through the 30th. This is next weekend. Muscle cars and motorcycles and military equipment. If a piston makes it go, it's in the show. You can say it with me. PistonPower.com. If you go over to WMMS.com, we not only have tickets for you, but there's also a $250 Car Parts Warehouse gift card to win. So register for that. Be caller 10 here, and I'll give you 4 tickets for next weekend, the Autorama at the IX Center. I will probably see you there. I love that thing. So good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Final buzzer. Search college basketball on the iHeartRadio app to stay in the know.
Yeah, it seems a little unfair that you can watch our live stream, but we can't see you. But we'll fix that tonight. Outside your window.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
How do you like that action, boy? You know, we do a metal show here on the Buzzard. All different forms. New stuff, tech metal, death metal, hardcore metal, local metal. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. And so it is Saturday night, and it's me, and it's Corey Roddick, and it's Pat Butler. I couldn't do it alone. And every week, each one of us throws in songs we want to play for you. New metal this week from Behemoth. They just dropped some new music. Do some throwbacks. Got Static X, got Dillinger Escape Plan, got local metal from Midnight. Night Stalker, Death Heaven, new stuff from them. Very excited. So Saturday night, 10 to midnight, here on the Buzzard. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. It was only a few months ago that I played this band. They're called Gel, G-E-L. I was very excited about this band. It's 3 dudes, 2 girls. I don't even know where they're from. They're from, I don't know, Buffalo, or they're from New Jersey. And they're kind of a hardcore metal punk thing. They throw a lot of stuff in there. And these guys were literally, like a couple of days ago, they dropped new music. These guys were on the rise. They were gonna blow up. I love them. They got added to the Spirit Box and Volbeat tour. So everybody was going to get themselves exposed to Gel. And they released a statement yesterday saying, we have broken up. We're not going on tour. We don't know if the new album is coming out, because apparently the guitar player in their band went bananas with these guys. And so they post this long explanation on their Instagram. And they're like, hey, we're not a band. We're not going to be playing any of the tours that we were supposed to play because our former guitar player has committed such heinous acts, is how they put it, in trying to forward himself in his musical career, that he's done irreparable damage to the band in the process, and it's affected us as human beings more than we can even attempt to explain. And so I was like, oh, they caught this guy trying to diddle kids or something like that. It sounds like that's the only thing he wasn't doing, unless they dig up something else. So they basically list everything they discovered about this guy and has led to the complete and total dissolution of the band, at least in this current iteration. You have to think, I have to hope, as a fan of this band, that the other 4 people, the other 2 guys and the 2 girls, go off and figure something out. But they have shut the whole thing down. They said he stole tens of thousands of dollars from us. He left it on record for us to eventually find. He spent it on his own rent. He spent it on his own personal expenses and whatever else he really wanted to. He was the only one who had access to the band bank accounts. We should have all had access to those things, but it sounds like he was kind of gaslighting the rest of the band for a while. He also spent a truly unbelievable amount of our money on OnlyFans purchases and mysterious Cash App transactions, which are probably still OnlyFans.
Uh-huh.
He posted nude images of the female band members on Reddit.
Oh.
His own female band members, he posted nude photos of them on Reddit. Just casually, they said, we don't know for what purpose. He did all this while in a band playing and touring with us. Luckily, he's truly terrible at covering up his tracks, so we have all the receipts to prove all this. He put us in physically dangerous situations numerous times. He would shrimp talk his own band on Twitter. He smashed our van window in with a baseball bat because he was acting like a psychopath. He wouldn't let anybody else drive the band van, even though he would regularly drive erratically, because he was always, quote-unquote, upset at something. He would throw things at us. Absolute misery and inconsideration for anyone and everyone around him. And so then they go on to, a lot of people are asking, why did you deal with this? Why did you put up with this? And then it kind of devolves in a conversation about if you've ever been in an abusive relationship, you'll understand this better than some other people would. But they were like, but this was our band. This was our passion. This was our life. We were kind of on the precipice of big, big things. We wish it didn't have to end this way, but we simply couldn't go on anymore. So again, in the middle of this band Gel, who I loved a lot, I played them a couple times over the past year on 2 Hours to Midnight, and they were going out with Spirit Box and Volbeat, like big bands. They might have come. Maybe there's another band I'm thinking of that's kind of young people. Gel might have come through here not long ago. I don't know if they played the Roxy or something like that, but they were doing shows, and so they're like, this all sucks. But that's what happened. So it's a wild story. Now, again, most of you have probably never heard of this band, but within 2 or 3 months, you would have. I think this would have been one of the next bands that everybody was talking about. It was called Gel. But they are no longer a band. Alan, I remember Christina Applegate more for Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead and the Matt Foley Down Right by the River sketch. Christina Applegate finds herself in a classic Saturday Night Live sketch because she happened to be the host that week. It was her and David Spade and Phil Hartman, and I think Nora Dunn was the mom in the Matt Foley sketch. Or I'm sorry, Julia Sweeney maybe. And Christina Applegate was the host, so it's her and Spade, who back then, first or second season for David Spade, he looked like he was 12 years old.
Mm-hmm.
But this is what, this airs on Saturday. By Monday morning, everybody and their brother is screaming, living in a van down by the river. And that became part of pop culture. There were Matt Foley T-shirts, and they were, and Christina Applegate trying not to break in the sketch because, well, she's the host. She wants to put on a good show for everybody.
There's a crowd here.
They're trying not to break. Now, they would go on and kind of squeeze every last bit of juice out of the Matt Foley bit, right, in subsequent seasons. Once they know they got a hit on their hands over at SNL, they just beat the piss out of it.
Mm-hmm.
So diminishing returns, but still a really, really funny bit. A character that he did at Second City and Foxy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's still a good-looking woman. What year was that? That was 1993. So she was 20. What's the math on that? She was 20-something.
Mm.
Okay, so it's 20. Let's do this because we can do it. Usually Kat can just throw it right out there.
Same age as you, yeah?
She's 53, so
Jesus.
it's 2025 now.
Was
1993 would have been
2003.
Yep, and then you go back.
13. 2023 was 30 years.
So 22 years ago. Am I that right? 1993.
No.
Carry a 7.
No.
Oh.
So wait a minute. 1993.
Mm-hmm.
2003, 2013, 2023 would have been 30 years.
32 years.
32 years.
So she's 53. So 53 minus 30.
32.
So she was like 12 years old when she did that.
No, that doesn't seem right. 53 minus what? 32?
Mm-hmm.
53 minus 30. There's a 3 minus 2 is 1.
53. She couldn't have been 19 years old.
No.
Right?
5, 3. She was 21.
21 years old, not 19.
Does that sound right?
21. Okay.
Does that sound right?
I mean, it sounds
I don't know
right
if that's
to
right.
Me. It sounds right to me. How old was I in 1993?
Oh, God.
I mean, I turned 22 that June. Okay, so I turned 22. Christina Applegate
93.
53.
2003.
That was November of 93.
13.
So I would have been 22 years old.
46.
She was 46 then?
No, you.
I was 46.
Isn't that what you said?
Okay, so she was a young woman, obviously, when she did Saturday Night Live. And thank you for reminding me of that. I forgot she was in that OG Matt Foley sketch with Farley and David Spade. That's got to be great when you just happen to be the host on a week where a major sketch hits. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're golden forever. You're immortalized in that show's history.
That's right. That's right. Anywho, Our iHeartRadio app. You know, a lot of people listen to it for the purposes of the podcast. They're not able to listen to the show live, but a lot of people do listen live, and you can always leave us messages there if you would like. If you're one of our bureau chiefs, those are primarily the people who will hit us up. We hear from Rich a lot. He's down in Jacksonville, Florida. We're from bureau chiefs in Pittsburgh and Baltimore. Sarah is in Norwalk, Connecticut. Is there a beer in Norwalk, Connecticut is in some kind of commercials. Is there a beer in Norwalk, Connecticut?
I don't know. I mean,
Right
maybe. I was right there.
Brain seems to remember a tag in some kind of advertising in Norwalk, Connecticut. I'm sure somebody will text me. Eddie listens in West Lynn, Oregon. Ryan is in San Diego. Juanita calls us occasionally. She's in St. Louis. And Eric is in Longmont, Colorado, which is a beautiful town. I have friends there.
Alan, baby, hate the show. I don't know why I can't stop thinking about this. It was like a week ago that you guys talked about it, but that guy where they like split the bathrooms and he had sticky floor pee. Why is his pee sticky? Why is his pee sticky?
What's he talking about?
The guy, remember the couple we played, the Jewish couple in New York that split the bathroom in half?
They had a bathroom divorce, is what they called it. I see.
Why is his pee sticky? Why is his pee sticky? Does your pee get sticky as you get old? What's going on? All right. I love you guys. I love you.
It hit the ground wet.
I love you. Bye.
What was the end of that?
All right. I love you guys. I love you. I said I love you. Bye.
I said I love you.
All right. Love you too.
It hit the ground wet and dried, and then it got sticky. It's not water.
Sticky? I mean, I could see salty.
Yeah, but no. It hit. You have a dog? Yeah. Dog ever pee on a hardwood floor in your house?
When she was a puppy.
And if you don't pick it up right away, it starts to get like sticky and like gross.
Wow.
That's what it is.
I'm going to test this tonight. I'm going to go home.
Pee on the floor?
I'm going to pee on the kitchen floor. That's all cold, unfeeling Spanish tile. I'm going to pee on the kitchen floor. Now, the hard part will be having everyone, the two humans and the dog in my house, all circumventing that puddle.
Well, just bring one of those wet floor things home from here. Caution, wet floor. Just put it right over your puddle.
Knowing where we work, I don't know if they can spare any of those.
True.
I think each and every one of those caution puddle signs are being used in the hallway here.
And there's the one that just lives in the bathroom forever. There's like, this floor is eternally wet. Just leave this. This one lives here.
Although, is it the power of suggestion or has the bathroom situation here improved?
Way better.
Okay, I was going to say, because I know they added a couple of people. I mean, the people who had been in the cleaning crew and still are, I mean, they were pushing a rock uphill, man. I mean, they were just fighting the good fight. But I think they finally hired another couple of people, and it seems like that has paid off dividends.
Well, it's because our boss put his foot down. Remember, he sent out that email. I am going to personally address these issues.
He did, didn't he?
Yeah.
He got in there and said something. I mean, Except I went to him 6 months ago and said, hey, we should do something.
Well, how long have we been here? It's been almost exactly 3
happened?
years. Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
I'd like to think, because everybody's so busy, I'd like to think that even though it was 6 months later, it was me going into the office that might have just pushed everything over the edge.
Kat claimed credit. Remember, she said it was her that did it.
I know.
And then I overheard a conversation with one of like the older AM guys, not Bill Wills, but someone that works like on the weekend or at night. And he was like, I hope I didn't cause too much trouble. So I'm wondering if he just lost his mind over the weekend or something, and then they did something because of it.
Unless the trouble he was referring to was his incontinence.
Oh, maybe he's the turd guy.
Because I don't know who you're talking about, and we're going to keep it that way just so I can accuse one of the our colleagues here of some kind of incontinence.
I like that.
As long as he didn't immolate, Rob, as long as he didn't self-immolate.
That's the word, Himalayan?
Himalayan.
He set himself on fire.
You're going to find Himalayan on the couch this weekend.
Hey-o.
Taking in some well-deserved R and or R. Okay, I'm going to take a break here. Oh, Sleep Token. I was just talking about these guys. Very excited to see them. They're going on their North American Arena tour, and they're coming to Cleveland. September the 27th. It is a Saturday night. Man, this is going to be good. The Even in Arcadia tour. That is the new album. Hasn't dropped yet. I think next month. Not sure he's even with him, but who cares? Saturday, September 27th at the Rocket Arena. You can go to rocketarena.com for all of the info on the show. I think they go on sale tomorrow morning, so you'll get this last pair before that happens, and then I'll have 2 more for you tomorrow afternoon. Want to go see Sleep Token? Caller 10. Good luck. I will see you there, no doubt. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Tankless water heater.
Diabetes. Yeah. What you got? Diabetes. Yeah. Diabetes. What you got?
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, your testing supplies may be covered. Here's how it works.
What you got? Diabetes. What you got? Diabetes. What you got? Diabetes. Type 3 diabetes. What you got? Diabetes. What you got? Diabetes. What you got? Diabetes. Type 3 diabetes. I'm getting low, not on the flow. I mean my sugar, man. I make dessert with Splenda and fresh big boogers, man. Might have to take some insulin before I'm in a coma. I'm knocking bitches out with my gangrene aroma. I can't smoke chronic because my toes are necrotic. I gotta maintain my circulation so I don't get another amputation. They call me peg leg, the diabetic pirate. I'm in the hospital helicopter so much that I can fly it. Shooting up a chill, it's medicine, not narcotics. So if this rap thing blows up so I can get some new legs that's bionic. I got that sugar-free Red Bull in my cup. Shots of insulin, that's what's up. My pancreas is all up. I have diabetes. I got that sugar-free Red Bull in my cup. Shots of insulin, that's what's up. My pancreas is all up. I have diabetes. 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 I trusted a fart and shouldn't have. I farted poop. I trusted a fart and shouldn't have.
Everybody's telling me that the sticky pee thing is a diabetes thing.
Okay.
And so that guy, the guy and his wife there, we talked about last week, who went through the bathroom divorce. Because she was being pretty petty about the whole thing. She was like, I just couldn't handle his bathroom habits anymore, and I wanted my own. It's not like he was bummed about it.
I was so tired of wiping up his urine.
I was wiping everything up, and she was basically trying to find a nice way of saying that this guy was blowing up the bathroom every chance he got, so she didn't refer to him being any kind of diabetic situation, but everybody's telling me that that's what it is. Characterized by an excessive quality of sugar in the urine.
I think any dried pee is going to be sticky, unless it's like crystal clear pee. If you have any pigment to your pee, it's going to be sticky if it dries.
Yeah. I mean, mine's pretty clear. I know
for you, bud.
I know a lot.
Even your morning peas are clear. There's no way. No one has a clear morning pee.
For you. Why wouldn't it be clear?
Because you can't. You can drink water all the way through to midnight and go to bed, and you're going to wake up in the morning. You didn't drink water for 6 hours. You're going to pee yellow.
Well, you know what? I'm going to check tomorrow morning.
You don't look.
I'd be lying. No.
Oh, that's right. You have a seat, right?
Yeah. I would be lying if I told you that I look in the morning to see what color is. The rest of the day, it's very clear. Yeah.
Me too, because all I do is drink water.
Yeah.
But your morning pee's got to have at least a little color to it.
Okay.
Unless you hook yourself up to an IV at night.
Well, maybe don't you worry about what I do at night. Well, maybe this will be a multi-day. We are going in the weekend, and I'm always looking for fun things to do. So maybe a little urine experiment is in order. What I'll do is I'll take the next couple of days. First, what I'll do is tomorrow morning when I go, because I go first thing in the morning, I will check to see the hue, right? Anything between transparent and craft beer. Those are opposite ends of the color spectrum there. You ever have one of those peas you're like, boy, I got to drink more water today?
Yeah, dry heaves before it comes out.
Yeah.
There it goes.
Yeah. Is that supposed to be the consistency of molasses, or is that just so
some water?
Day one, I'll check tomorrow morning, and then day two, if it is not clear, I'll leave some on the floor.
Just to check.
Then we'll see how sticky it gets. I'll have to keep everyone in my house away from it. But once I tell them, I think that once I explain to them that I am doing a scientific experiment, that it is in service of science, I'm sure everyone will be on board in my house.
Science.
As
Mr. Wizard.
Yes, Mr. Wizard is what I'm. Alan, you have to stand up while you pee to see the color. Well, I just had a whiz here in the break at work, and obviously I don't sit down for that. I'm up there at the urinal, and it was pretty clear. So that's not going to work. I'm going to have to wait, like Rob said, first thing in the morning, so I'm going to check tomorrow morning. and we'll go from there.
And you don't get up in the middle of the night. Like, you don't have that.
I do not. I'm awake in the middle of the night, but I don't get up to pee, no. But first thing in the morning, that's what I'm doing. Number 1 and number 2.
You get a 2 right out of the gate?
2 right out of the gate.
I know that you said you do 3 a day, but right as soon as you get up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Good for you, man.
2 wheels.
Yeah, right when I get up. I think I'm back on track. My schedule was a little janky for a minute, but I think I'm back on track. First thing in the morning, midday, then at night. In fact, it was creeping up on me a little bit more quickly than it had been, by the way. My nighttime one I started doing here before I went home.
Oh, because you had those gigs.
I had those gigs, but oh, God. I had all those Bud Light gigs. This Saturday is the finals, by the way. If you want to come out to Medina, we're going to be out there from 2 to 4. The finals of the Pop-A-Shot, the Bud Light mini hoops. And if you haven't made it out to any of the other ones, we're always looking for last-minute contestants, and that somebody gets a trip to Vegas on Saturday. So write that one down. It's Saturday, 2 to 4. We're at On Tap in Medina. But I've been doing a lot of these because obviously it's for March Madness, and the finals were the 22nd, so I did like 9 of them in 3 weeks. And so last couple of weeks, I was out Thursday, Friday, Saturday night doing these, and that's fine. But a couple of those nights, I would have to leave right from the show because I'm going to Willoughby and Streetsboro and Solon, which is fine. But I would have to take my dump when I got there. I'm texting Rob. I'm like, oh, this is really jamming me up. Because I think my poop schedule's back online, but I am getting to my gig, and I got to go right to the crapper. That's what I had to do. I had to find, and this Lost Nation Sports Park, last Friday night I was out there in Willoughby. It's like this giant sports complex. We were set up in the club bar or whatever it is. There's people playing. It's like a friggin' airfield there, I think. There's people playing golf in the back. There's people playing soccer inside and doing all this other stuff. So I had to find, I'd never been there before, so I'm looking for the men's, and it's like in the very back, it's part of this giant men's locker room. So there's lockers and showers and stalls. And I'm like, is this where I'm supposed to be? Like, I didn't want to walk in to take a dump when there's like dudes showering, but there was nobody in there.
Could have just gotten in the shower. Well, 2 birds with 1 stone. Waffle stomped it down the drain.
I just saw Alan Cox waffle stomping there in the drain. It was terrible. It was awful.
And if anybody thinks for a second any of this is embellished, I have the text. This came in at Friday, 7:01 p.m. for 7 o'clock gig. Perfect time for my poop schedule to come back online. I have to take a shrimp as soon as I get to this appearance.
Yeah. I pulled into the parking lot and I was touching cloth. I had a turtle head poking. I was like, I gotta get.
Oh, it's so great.
I'm like tight duck walking into the thing, Everyone's like, hey, Alan, do a shot. I go,
I'll be right out.
I'll see you in a second.
I gotta go take a quick shower.
Yeah, I gotta go. I got really sweaty on the way here. I'm gonna go. I'll take a horse bath in there.
Powder my nose.
Yep. But I'll tell you what, I was footloose and fancy free once I got into that club bar. I was ready to go, boy. But yeah, it really threw me off.
Back online is what made me laugh the most, I think.
Well, because I really don't like to get to an appearance and then have to take care of personal business. Because what happens is I don't want a listener being like, Jesus, Alan Cox was in the stall. He really blew that place up.
I mean, we rushed to get there. We had to be the first ones to see him, to say hello. Ran right by us, and I think he went and blew up the bathroom.
Yeah. It's like if you walk out of an elevator that has been pre-farted.
Mm-hmm.
You walk out, everybody thinks you did it.
Always.
Now, I don't care, because an elevator, it's kind of very much in passing. But if you're at some establishment, and not like everybody's going to know who I am, but if I'm doing my own appearance where a sizable number of people have come because they do know who I am and want to hang out for a bit, if I'm coming out of the stall and somebody's standing there like, Jesus Christ. Of course, a lot of people take pride in that, so that might just be my hang up. But
oh, no, I'm the same way.
I didn't want to do that. You know what I mean? I wanted to, like, parachute in, parachute out, and nobody was the wiser. And that's how it happened to work out in this men's locker room.
As far as you know. Subreddit going right now, I'm sure.
Alan, there's not a chance in hell that you drink Mountain Dew and your urine isn't like a glow stick. Trust me, no one is more surprised than I am. Well, because I do drink a lot more water. I mean, I'm rocking a little pony can of Mountain Dew right now as we speak, but most of the rest of the time it's water. So it's going to be diluted. But you're right. If some people, all they drink is this stuff, I shudder to think, especially if you're drinking Code Red. At least if you're drinking OG Dew, it has the general hue of urine.
It's like antifreeze.
Yeah, but if you're drinking, Code Red or Blue Ice, whatever the stuff is called. Alan, I'm a housekeeper at a high school. A housekeeper? I'm a housekeeper at a high school. I can tell you anything you need to know about urine on the floor. Oh, this is from Ruth. Just to let you know, when it dries, it's sticky.
See?
I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying that, like, to a person, I don't know if that is a fundamental element of urine. This sounds, she's at a high school. So there's kids eating all kinds of terrible stuff, all kinds of processed whatevers. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I don't know. I'm not a urologist.
I guess I never thought of this.
Next time Dr. Ryan Berglund is here, we usually deal with the sexual function of the male organ, but he is a urologist. It's all part and parcel of what he does. Maybe next time I'll ask him, I'll go, hey, I actually have a urine question.
I guess I never thought of this before. Is a female custodian a housekeeper? Like, is custodian male?
She referred to her, maybe she just referred to herself as that. First of all, maybe housekeeper. I've never seen a female janitor.
I haven't either.
Yeah.
The ones like high school, I haven't, but now that makes me wonder, would you call a female a janitor or a custodian, or is that male?
Don't know. Ruth calls herself a housekeeper.
If she's
it is very much like a house. I'll take her. She would know what it was called, and I think people should, whatever their job is, they should be called what they want to be called.
If she's vacuuming and that sort of stuff, I can see that. But if you're pouring sawdust on puke, that's a custodian, right, or a janitor. But if it's her, this is fascinating. Never thought of that before. That sawdust stuff is magic.
When I went to Catholic high school, I mostly went to school. It's a private Catholic high school. We were not a wealthy family. Most of the kids I went to school with were rich kids. They drove to school in Beamers. We were not like that. I needed financial aid for my Catholic high school. My parents thought it was very important that we went there. The public schools were nothing to scream about, and so we went to private Catholic high school. But it was expensive. And so I had to have a job with the school after hours, a few days a week. And that felt weird because, again, my friends are like going home, driving off in their cars, and I'm putting in a couple hours with the janitor. And we're setting up for bingo night, and we're doing, that kind of stuff, manual labor. And so I have a little bit of experience with the vomit sawdust. But I never worked with a female custodian. It was at least the guy at my house, a couple of them, but they were both like your garden variety, Mr. Bronca, old immigrant, gray-haired guy.
Mm-hmm.
Could have been nicer. Crusty, obviously, because of his job. He'd seen everything. And so part of my after-school job was helping the custodial staff.
So with that knowledge, was the sawdust like wood shop sawdust? Or was it like a special thing?
Yeah, at least the stuff we used, it was like...
kitty litter?
It's vomit absorbent.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you just put... Yeah, kitty litter. Probably, right? I don't have a cat, but isn't that what that does? It's supposed to absorb the smells and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, you throw it down, and it's not like you're just getting wood pulp and throwing it down there. It's a specific thing. Some people have graduated to the powder. Some of it, they make it smell like wood because you don't want to smell the puke.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Yeah. But as I recall, it was kind of like kitty litter in that it was absorbent.
Yeah, I remember they'd throw it on top of the puke, and then they'd have the little like when you look like a little pooper scooper with a sweep.
Yes, because what it would do is it would absorb it, and then it would congeal.
Ugh.
And you'd end up with like an easily cleanable kind of cottage cheese mixture.
For some reason,
that
all
you
of
could
this.
then I'd whip out the dustpan and take care of it.
All of this conversation, nothing bothered me until you said the word congeal. And then I was like,
I knew that was going to be the one. And there's different brands. The one we used was called Oops, which I thought that just really encapsulated what was going on. Why give your puke sawdust some over-the-top crazy name, right? The stuff we used was called Oops. And I was like, this is great, you know? And so I there was probably a certain degree of wood. Maybe there was wood pulp in it. I don't know.
Oops.
Yeah. But you could use it for other things too. I mean, it wasn't just puke. That's what people most closely associate the sawdust with. But it literally would absorb anything. You know, if you had some like really rank spill, we used it in the biology lab when there was something that wasn't corrosive but still needed to be kind of scooped up, or a spill, something along those lines. I'd put
puke dust.
I'd put Oops on it, and Oops became problem solved. So
Fascinating.
I had a number of years for my high school after class job for financial aid, assisting the custodian department. And so I have some experience with the puke sawdust.
Like a little name tag.
On a couple of occasions, we did have to use it for liquid fecal matter.
Yes.
So, yeah, it was multi-purpose. We'd get right in there and take care of it. And
so gross.
As a throwback to my old gig, some people have suggested it, and I'm only happy to oblige. We'll be playing Vomit Sawdust on 2 Hours to Midnight Saturday night. They're taking the place of Gel on that Volbeat tour. But I'm sure if people who work in hospitals know what this is, too. They have all kinds of stuff they got to clean up, obviously.
Blood and yuck.
Alan, cleaners just sweep and mop and clean the bathrooms and stuff like that. The custodians are the ones who are fixing things.
Okay.
So the custodians are the ones that are like, and these were the two people that I worked with. I worked with a guy who was going around fixing stuff, so I would have to help him with those. I had to be an extra set of hands to do that. And it wasn't just me. There was me. Again, we were the kids that needed this after-school job at our school to pay. It was a financial aid thing to help pay our tuition. And so, boy, that'll humble you fast, by the way. So it was me. It was my buddy Eddie Rodriguez. I don't know what happened to him. And then a girl who was with us. So it was the three of us who were primarily put together as part of our after-school tuition job, our financial aid job, as we were assisting the custodial staff. So the guy who fixed things and the guy who cleaned things up. So, a real broad swath of responsibilities and all kinds of amazing things. But people like to call themselves, custodial engineers or whatever. Alan, there's a woman where I work whose job title is custodian. There you go. Environmental service aide. Cleaners are traditionally called housekeepers. There's usually only one main custodian. Alan, my girlfriend was a janitor for the Cleveland Public Library for 30 years and just retired comfortably at 52.
God damn it. Yeah. I knew it. I knew I should have been a janitor. I always make the joke on paper. I didn't make it out. I should be a janitor according to this piece of paper. And I should have done it.
And
retired
by the way,
at 52.
Seriously, I mean, probably everyone in radio at some point had a guidance counselor tell them, you better start shadowing the janitor.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's where you're headed.
I'll never forget my grandfather. We had a conversation one day. He had this gigantic Lincoln. And this is how young I was.
Hot rod Lincoln?
No, a Lincoln Continental.
Yeah.
We were at stoplight. And my grandfather said to me, he said, I think he just knew like I was just not going anywhere. I was young, 10, 11. And he goes, Rob, no matter what, I'm going to love you. So whatever you do in life, just be the best at it. If you become a doctor, and he kind of like looked, like, be the best doctor you can be.
He was throwing you a bone.
Right. And he goes, But if you got to be a trash man, be the best trash man there is.
Yeah.
And I realized then, looking back at it now, he was just like, yeah, dude, figure something out because this isn't going to work for you. I said the doctor thing just to make you not feel bad.
Yeah, but listen, radio in 2025, we're cleaning up crap every day.
Hey,
all right. Hey, all right. Here's some new. Yeah. Environmental service aide. With respect, by the way, and I don't know anything about her job, but I imagine if you have to be a janitor, the public library might... no, I take that back. There's probably horrific things happening at the public library.
You probably just got a lot of like homeless
back.
coming in.
Yeah, okay. I take
ripping a two.
Alan, a female janitor, is known as a janitress because my aunt was one. I think your aunt made a word up.
I like that.
I like janitress. Yeah.
A janitor.
Janitrix. Neil Worm!
How dare you puke on this floor?
Yeah. She comes in all leather. She got high heels on. I'd like you to meet the janitrix here in the school. Yeah.
Whipping the stains off the toilet.
At me? I just put oops on the floor. Alan, you need stickers that read Alan pooped here to take with you to your gigs. Hey, listen, years ago I tried to get this company when they were always coming to me for promotional items because I buy my own stickers. They wanted to have some, standard stuff made up. Hey, bought some canned koozies or whatever. And that's fine, but I was like, I want urinal cakes with my logo or face on them. And I was rebuffed with extreme prejudice.
Why would they not want that?
I said, can you imagine whether you like me or not?
Everybody sees that logo.
Every local bar that has Alan Cox Show urinal cakes in it.
Let's revisit that. I love that idea.
I do too. They wanted nothing to do with it. Now that was quite a while ago. I haven't pitched it in a number of years. But
urinal.
I think I even priced them out too, and they probably did, and they thought that they were going to be cost prohibitive. But I was like, I'll buy my own stuff. I don't care.
Custom printed urinal cakes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We gotta pitch this again.
Yeah, with my face on them.
Your image here.
Yeah.
Oh, this is great.
Because initially I was like, oh, show logo. And then I was like, because that'd be better for branding. But I was like, but it would be, and that was I was ambivalent about it. Because on the one hand, I was like, well, it's way better for branding to have the show logo. But it's way funnier if it's my face.
Oh, mouth open.
Because if people know it's me, it's funny. And if they don't know it's me, they go, who the F has their face on the urinal cakes?
Oh, you could even do it on one of those, the screens so the pee doesn't splatter.
There you go.
This is great.
I'm once more giving of myself in service of the audience. To wit, I got 311 tickets for you. Hot on the heels of people starting to rumble about 311 going back out on the road, they announced they're coming to Cleveland. 311 on the Unity Tour. They got Bad Flower with them. They're good. And a band called Sitting on Saturn. At the Agora. It's this summer, Monday, July 7th, coming off that big holiday weekend. These are on sale tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. at agoracleveland.com, so you will get my last pair before they go on sale. And I'll do more for you tomorrow. 2 for 311. These guys always a super fun time when they come through. The Agora, July 7th. Caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007. or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Our iHeartRadio Music Awards on Fox were filled with epic moments and live performances.
iHeartRadio. Now streaming on Hulu for a limited time.
Bad Bunny.
Billie Eilish.
Glorilla.
Kenny Chesney.
Money Long.
Nelly.
And your host, LL Cool J.
Congratulations to all of this year's big winners. Plus, iHeart Innovator Award recipient Lady Gaga.
Winning an award honoring my entire career is a hard thing to get my head around.
Icon Award recipient Mariah Carey.
As a kid, I used to listen to my favorite artists on the radio and dream of being on the airwaves myself.
And iHeartRadio's Tour of the Century Award, honoring Taylor Swift, the Eras Tour.
I appreciate this more than you know. Thank you so much for honoring this tour.
Our
2025 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Brought to you by Jeep.
Thank you to all of the iHeartRadio listeners who make these beautiful things possible.
Streaming now on Hulu.
From the Mr. Hero Taste You Crave Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Overnight, rain changing to snow down to 27. Tomorrow, sunny and 51. Rain Saturday, high of 42.
This report is sponsored by COSI, Center of Science and Industry.
Ready to experience the ultimate shark adventure at COSI? It opens April 12th, where you'll be able to see life-size shark models, discover real fossils, and explore interactive exhibits. And discover the truth about this ancient and fascinating group of fishes. Included with general admission. Tickets on sale now at COSI.org.
For supersonic furnace repair, visit mitchellsmagic.com.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
The 2025 Car Parts Warehouse IX piston-powered Autorama returns March 28th, 29th, and 30th at the IX Center. Get tickets now at all 23 Car Parts Warehouse locations, online at pistonpowershow.com, and save. Kids 12 and under are free. If a piston makes it go, it's in this show.
We're here with Rich Claiborne of Claiborne Lincoln. Rich, it's the Lincoln Spring Sales Event.
Jeff, your transformation awaits with attractive offers on over 200 new Lincolns in stock.
Example?
Of course, through March 31st, lease a 2024 Lincoln Nautilus, only $795 a month, 36 months, no security deposit, only $795 due at signing. 25 cents per mile over 36,000, excludes tax and registration.
Simple and straightforward. Experience the difference at Claiborne Lincoln.
This 20th of the month is brought to you by Kissling, Nestico, and Reddick. 20 years of supporting Ohio families in their moments of need. Many things have changed in 20 years, but one thing remains the same. When you're hurt in a car, you call KNR.
Discover, plan, do. The Cleveland Home and Remodeling Expo, March 21st through 23rd at the IX Center. 3 days only for great deals, new ideas, and practical advice with trusted local experts. See Brian and Mika Kleinschmidt, stars of HGTV's 100-Day Dream Home on Saturday and Sunday. Plus, stroll through the street of tiny home living. Shop, compare, and save on kitchens, baths, flooring, and more at the Cleveland Home and Remodeling Expo. Plan your visit and save $2 on tickets at homeandremodelingexpo.com.
Rocket is giving every home one address. Rocket.com, a single, seamless home ownership platform to help you find, buy, sell, finance, even refinance your home. Everything you need, all under one roof. Visit Rocket.com today. Rocket. Own the dream.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Life's a relentless competition, and you might be losing without even knowing it. With testosterone levels plummeting 25% in just 2 decades, you're likely operating at a fraction of your potential. Your kids sense it when you're too exhausted for playtime. Your wife notices when that spark fades. Here's the harsh truth. Without addressing low T, nothing works. Diets fail, workouts fall flat, but there's hope. Mentality's FDA-approved treatment restores testosterone by an average of 30%. Don't let low T rob you of life's precious moments. Start at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
We buy any car.
Why sell your car at WeBuyAnyCar.com? Because selling it yourself can be, well, you know.
Okay, I'll give you half now.
And?
No, and just half.
What? Avoid the hassle. Come to We Buy Any Car instead. Get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price.
Yeah, I can't do half. I could probably bump it up to like 50%.
Just go.
Okay.
Get your free online valuation now at
WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Hey, it's Charlie. Have you tried Dave's Cosmic Subs yet? If not, you're missing out on the best subs in town. You need to try Dave's new Buffalo Chicken Wrap or the Honey Mustard Chicken Wrap. You're going to love it. And guess what? Dave's just launched a new loyalty program. Every time you enjoy
Taxpayersfrommaria.org for details.
Did you know that 40% of adults can't explain what a tax deduction is?
I can't either.
Well, we're here to help. I'm Leah Palmieri.
And I'm Matt Stillo.
And this season on Grown Up Stuff, we're making taxes way less scary.
There's no other time in life where you're like, am I going to get back $4,000 or am I going to owe $10,000? It's like the crappiest casino.
Listen to Grown Up Stuff on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Grown Up Stuff and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
They say no man is an island, but at iHeart Cleveland, you sure get your chance to try.
Hello? Anybody?
Alan Cox.
Where did everybody go?
On 100.7 WMMS.
Let's hope this puts the Cavaliers in a better mood. 3 losses in a row for those guys. Most teams, this would have happened way before now, so they're fine. They got their playoff spot. The Sacramento Kings, well, the write-ups in Sacktown were that they stunned the Cavaliers, but they beat them by 4 points, whatever. But win's a win, 123-119. Kings over the Cavs last night. That's coming off 2 previous losses against the Orlando Magic and the Clippers. Cavs off tonight. Tomorrow night, still on the West Coast. They are not home until the 27th. So tomorrow night, 10 o'clock, is when they will take on the Phoenix Suns. They're in Phoenix. In the Valley of the Loons. They still call Phoenix that? The Valley of the Loons. 10 o'clock. So 9:30 pregame on the Buzzard and on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen to us on the app, tell me where you are if you are out of state. See it reflected on the map behind me. Anytime we have guests off the air, you know, a lot of times they'll have people coming through, touring the radio station. That's where all the magic happens. And they'll go, ooh, what's that map? And I go, you know me. I go, well, you never seen a map before? And they go, what are all the push pins? I go, those are all the Ebola outbreaks.
Places I've been. Why are you so goddamn nosy?
Yeah, I'm trying to keep my Ford Foundation grant, lady. That's why I'm studying these. Carrie listens in Port Huron, Michigan. It's a fine town. Justin's in Honolulu. Brittany's in Austin, Texas. Ray listens in Fredonia, Pennsylvania.
Fredonia.
Jacob is in Yucca Valley, California, not to be confused with Tucson, Arizona. Fredonia.
Tucson, Arizona.
And Dr. S is one of our many bureau chiefs there in the great city of St. Louis, Missouri. So, yeah, Cavs will play tomorrow night. Your Boston Celtics, by the way, just nailed the biggest purchase of, is it an NBA team or a sports team? The biggest sports sale in history. The Boston Celtics were sold to a private equity group. Always the hallmark of something great coming.
Mm-hmm.
$6.1 billion. A deal that would mark the largest ever sale for an American sports franchise. So once you get those private equity groups. Now, usually when a private equity group comes in, they kind of strip the company for parts and then try to sell it back to some other. They're not going to do that with a sports franchise, but it'll be interesting to see how that manifests itself. And I guess we'll find out.
I think something like that, not much changes, honestly.
Well,
I think that's just someone with a ton of money that wants to, he's got a boner for owning a sports franchise, and the Celtics had a price tag.
Yeah, they've had the same owner for 25 years, maybe, early aughts. And it took them a minute. Whoever owned them was like, we want to put this up for sale. And so they had been shopping it around for a while. Celtics are one of the oldest teams in the NBA. And, of course, one of the most respected. Bill Russell and Larry Bird and Kevin McHale and Robert Parrish, or was he a Knick?
He was
Celtic.
Yep.
And Meadowlark Lemon?
Nope, not a Celtic.
All right. And so a bunch of guys, by the way, the guys who bought the Celtics, the guys who were putting this up for sale, that ownership group bought them in 2003 for $360 million. So as far as ROI goes, this is pretty good.
Not too shabby, huh?
Yeah. Kevin Garnett, Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, they were the big three for a while. Anyway, the current owners were like, we are ready to cash out, and everybody knew that they were going to make a ton of money. And so the guy who is the managing partner of a private equity firm, he and a whole group of other investors are purchasing the Celtics for $6.1 billion.
He's a Massachusetts native, so he's a guy who has a buttload of money.
Is he? This guy?
Yeah,
The guy who,
yeah.
okay.
Is it Chisholm?
Bill Chisholm, yeah. Sure.
Yeah, man.
They're putting Chisholm all over the place over there.
Yeah, he says he's a Massachusetts native from Georgetown.
Well, they just beat the most expensive, believe it or not, the most expensive one had been the Commanders when they made, what's-his-name, sell the team, right?
Yeah.
It traded hands for $6.05 billion. So this is $500 million more than that, or $5 million more than that. Terrible with math.
What a quote, too. Boy, how to instantly make people like you. Growing up on the North Shore and attending college in New England, I've been a diehard Celtics fan my entire life. I understand how important the Celtics are to the city of Boston. The role the team plays in the community is different than any other city in the country. I also understand there's a responsibility as a leader of an organization to the people of Boston, and I'm up for this challenge.
Wow, how about that? This guy said all the right things.
You just hear the erections from South Boston here in Cleveland.
Sure.
That guy's one of us, dude.
Bill Burr's going to get his own suite.
There's a chance after all. We could be team owners. He's one of us, dude.
So, if you were to invest money with an organization and they told you that you were going to get 5, 10, 15% return annually, you'd be creaming in your jeans. The guys who sold the Celtics, they made 1,500%.
Is that good?
I'm pretty sure it's good. Again, I'm not a math
I thought you
guy.
couldn't go past 100%.
I don't understand how money works, but it sold for more than almost 1,600% than it did in the early aughts. So listen, let this be a lesson to you burgeoning business owners, you budding sports franchise moguls. Just buy a team, sit on it for a couple of decades, and then go nuts. Here's a text. Hey, dummy, sloths do have natural predators. I like when people text me from something that happened the day before, the day before that, or it's, listen, everybody's got a life to lead. You got to manage your own time, but try to keep up.
Maybe he's listening on the new and improved iHeartRadio app and listening to yesterday's show.
I see.
So I didn't realize it. What is the natural predator of the sloth? Did he say it or just call you a dummy?
They just called me a dummy.
That's not helpful.
Unless they're trying to imply that ventriloquist dolls are the natural predator of the sloth. In which case, that would be weird. But, of course, I'm in here speaking extemporaneously, and this person didn't even have take the time to Google, because they clearly Googled, do sloths have natural predators? I just didn't take the time to Google which.
You just stopped at yes.
Stopped!
Yes.
Yep.
I got to email Alan.
Well, listen, because... quite literally. Okay. The Predators hockey team is always hunting sloths. I'm sorry, that was terrible. Jaguars, harpy, eagles, and ocelots are the predators of sloths. Well, listen, it stands to reason, we were talking about this briefly, it stands to reason that sloths, because they're so slow, would have animals that could get them. What I was trying to say was, are there natural predators of the sloth? And, things that there's a biological imperative that this is your enemy in the jungle. Because my thought is, and I think this is scientifically accurate, is if they did, we would never know what a sloth is because it would have never survived natural selection. You know what I'm saying? For something that slow to have evolved and still be alive, if things were naturally killing it all the time, we would never know what a sloth was. So the fact that they are around and we know what they are and we can point and laugh at them and children love them in stuffed animal form and college girls get cute tattoos of them occasionally tells me
people get tattoos
that
of
they
sloths?
survive natural selection. Yeah, because sloths can be really cuted up. Isn't there a sloth, like a sloth cartoon in
the
Madagascar?
Dogtopia.
It's one of
Or
those,
no,
yeah.
not Dogtopia. What the hell is that? Yeah,
Zootopia.
Zootopia.
Yeah.
Dogtopia is that daycare for dogs place right
There's
next to
a
us.
really slow sloth character that they're trying to
Yeah, the
get to.
DMV.
Yeah. Saw Zootopia for the first time a few months back. We were taking a breather. We spent a couple of nights at Great Wolf Lodge, and Zootopia had been on early in the morning, and I was watching it with my daughter.
It's good.
Like, this isn't bad. I like Jason Bateman a lot. He was the main...
He's the fox, right?
Yeah, he was the main voice actor in that. So anyway, thank you. I never mind being called a dummy. A lot of occasions I am. And so, but again, I had to look it up. No thanks to you. So you call me a name, that's fair game. You give me something to work with. How about that? Alan, has Rob ever heard Wavy Davy B? Where the hell did that come from? Wavy Davy B. That was the guy that I had cutting me some DJ liners many, many years ago.
Who loves lasers? Lots of lasers. Pew, 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 pew.
I liked him just because he was doing his own. He was trying to get his business up and running. This was a guy in Milwaukee, and he was doing all of the effects with his voice. That one there, I think, came down later down the pike when I was just writing him babble. But
Tearing up the joint. It's Alan Cox in the mix.
oh, see, those are the produced ones. I thought I still had the raw ones where he was going in the mix. Oh, so good.
Who is this guy?
He called himself Wavy Davy B. And I don't remember how I found him. This is 10 years ago. Easily.
Wow.
And he was in Milwaukee trying to get a voice thing off the ground. And I think he just happened, he was probably scouring radio shows and trying to ply his trade. And he sent me some stuff. And I was immediately taken because either he couldn't afford an audio suite of effects, your Pro Tools, your, whatever. He was making all of the effects with his mouth. So he was going in the mix. First of all, in the mix is bonkers. But I thought I had the raw ones, but I guess I just have the...
The dance floor is getting hot, 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 hot.
Right, you hear that? Hot, 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 hot.
So good.
Because he just thought I was a DJ. So he's sending me stuff like, the dance floor is hot.
The dance floor is getting hot, 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 hot. Because you have Alan Cox.
Yeah, DJ Alan Cox. That's right.
I just Googled him. It looks like he's still doing it.
All right, I got to write him some new stuff.
Looks like his wife is involved now.
Yes, she was then too.
High energy husband and wife team.
There you go. That's what you want, whether you're a swinger or you're a high energy husband and wife team. They might want to rephrase that because they're going to get a lot of blind box messages. And then, of course, Taint Smasher went nuts with it too.
Tearing up the joint. It's Alan Cox. Live in the mix.
I love him.
Yeah, so I don't get to use them much anymore. I haven't done very many bar mitzvahs recently. So
Feel the power. Feel the bass. It's Alan Cox in the house.
Mm-hmm.
It's not often that someone looks exactly like they sound.
Wavy Davy B.
Looks exactly like he sounds.
Yeah. He's the kind of guy that, as I recall, he wears like the same colored dress shirt as Ty.
Not in this picture.
Oh, people dress very monochromatically.
Well, there is some of the same. He's wearing like a white shirt with some black and white tie.
Mm.
The dance floor is getting hot. You have Alan Cox.
Yep. See, whereas Wavy Davy B was very technically limited, Taint Smasher can just go bananas. So anyway,
It's $10 for a dry read.
Oh yeah, no,
That is affordable.
I got to write him some new stuff. I'm gonna bring him back
In the mix.
Yeah, I'm gonna get him.
This is great.
Whoever pulled that out of their ass, thank you, because that gives me a good idea. I'm gonna I'm going to write him some new stuff. But I wish I still had the raw lines, but I don't have the raw lines.
Wow.
Okay, I'm going to take a break here. You want to go see comedian Angela Johnson Reyes. She was on Mad TV back in the day. She's been doing stand-up now for a long time. Very accomplished. And her tour is coming to Cleveland. So if you want to go see her, let me hook you up in that way. Angela Johnson Reyes is back to do MGM Northfield Park in the fall, Friday, October 17th. She's on the Family Reunion Tour. Ticketmaster.com has got the details. But she's very funny. Sweet, too. So a couple of tickets here for you. Call her 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland Metropolitan School District. The future of CMSD starts here.
Hey, it's Doogie here. Do you think about switching your point of sale, but maybe you think it's too much work or maybe it's too expensive? Not with Shopify Point of Sale. When you switch to Shopify POS, you get free hardware, personal migration support, and you save 25% on your monthly subscription cost. That's up to $2,300 in value on everything you need to make the switch to Shopify POS without any of the stress. Eligibility requirements apply. Visit shopify.com/save to learn more. That's shopify.com/save.
Are you sick of Ohio winter weather? Spring camping is almost here and deals are blooming at RCDRV. From March 15th to the 29th, take advantage of our spring savings event with over 800 new and pre-owned RVs in stock. If you're sick of being stuck in the house, let us help plan a springtime adventure. With new travel trailers starting as low as $12,995, we have campers for every budget. Visit our locations, Medina and North Ridgeville, or shop online at rcdrv.com. Don't wait. RCDRV is your destination for springtime adventure.
Did you know even the smallest increase in mortgage rates can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your loan? Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. It's true, even a 0.25% change in rate can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your mortgage. But with Third Federal's new Early Rate Lock, you don't have to take chances. Early Rate Lock is the only pre-approval that locks in your rate at pre-approval, even before you find a house. Plus, we're so confident that our rates are the lowest, if you find a lower rate, we'll beat it or give you $1,000. And now through April 15th, get pre-approved with Third Federal and we'll pay all of your closing costs. So don't wait. Call Third Federal today.
Right now at Third Federal, even before you find a home, lock in 6.50%, APR 6.56% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3RD-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. Zero closing costs on low-cost loans only. See conditions for lowest rate guarantee at thirdfederal.com. Equal housing lender.
The BetMGM Sportsbook at the Banks is the perfect place to experience the fast-paced excitement of March matchups. With a 350-square-foot video wall, 14 sports betting kiosks, and 3 betting windows, the BetMGM Sportsbook is a basketball lover's paradise. There isn't a bad seat in the house.
My name's Alan Cox, and my show sucks.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
How much I love Bad Company.
Such a good band.
When people talk about their favorite bands from back then, if somebody else were to mention Bad Company, I'd go, oh yeah, but they never spring up in my brain. Paul Rodgers and Simon Kirke were in a band called Free. All right now. Everybody remembers Free. And they formed Bad Company. Simon Kirke, I think, is the only guy to still be in, he's the only guy from the original lineup to still be in Bad Company. He's the drummer. His daughter's a famous actress now, Jemima Kirke. She was on the show Girls, and she's pretty accomplished. But Simon Kirke, I think, has been the only guy in Bad Company from the jump. Because Paul Rodgers went off to do different things, but Bad Company and Straight Shooter and Run with the Pack, those early records were just tip to taint. They were fantastic, and they had a ton of hits. They are up for induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and as close as you can get to predicting a slam dunk, it's got to be Bad Company.
Yeah.
I mean, they check all the boxes. I certainly hope they check the frigging boxes for induction to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But they don't want to hedge their bets, or they do, rather. I was talking about how Paul McCartney had put in a good word for Joe Cocker. He had written kind of an advocacy thing to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You said that makes Joe Cocker's induction a slam dunk.
I think so.
Yeah, if Paul McCartney writes you a letter, then you go, yeah, okay, cool. Well, Robert Plant has done this for Bad Company. Robert, they used to be on the same label. They were on Swan Song. And I think they shared a manager.
Yeah.
I think back in the day, Peter Grant managed Zeppelin and Bad Company. So there's always some connective tissue in these things. Robert Plant has thrown his support behind the guys in Bad Company for induction in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I mean, again, I don't think these guys need anyone to come to their aid, but it's nice. It's a nice attaboy. As effective now as it was all those years ago, he says. A cool groove from the Swan Song Boys. I mean, it's not exactly like a, hey, Rock Hall, if you don't do this, you get your head out of your ass. But Robert Plant is a voting member of the Rock Hall. It's him and Baba Booey. And, of course, Led Zeppelin got inducted in the mid-'90s. So, can you believe, I think the Rock Hall had been around for almost 10 years before they inducted Led Zeppelin.
Led Zeppelin.
Yeah.
Led Zeppelin.
I mean, I know those first few years they were trying to make it up to all, the blues artists that everybody stole from. I get that. But for 9 years, because I think the Rock Hall opened in 86, unless I'm way off, but I'm pretty sure it did. Yeah. Rock Hall, Cleveland. I thought it opened in 1986.
That I don't know. That sounds early. Is that what it was?
Oh, dedicated in 95. Oh, maybe they were in
So they were inaugural class. Okay. All right.
Well, now I look like a dick. Okay. I was going to say, boy, that would have to be, okay.
Because I know MMS was a big part of getting that here. And it didn't exist prior, so yeah.
Established 1983, dedicated September 1, 1995. Cleveland was chosen in 1986. That's what I'm thinking of. So in 86, they said, this is where it's going to be. It was dedicated on September 1st, 1995. Okay.
So wait, was there anything prior to 95 if it was established in 83?
Not that I can see.
Okay.
I mean, I think that they had, I think the Rock and Roll Museum is what they called it, and I think that was in New York. But then they were like, we want to build a place. And it was Cleveland, and it was some other cities that were angling to have it there, and Cleveland won whatever the bidding was.
But the first Hall of Fame induction was 95.
First Hall of Fame induction.
Got it. And the sad part about Bad Company going this year, This is the first time they've been nominated.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even like, at least they were nominated, didn't get in, whatever. That happens. But not to be nominated when you're Bad Company.
Now, they were inducting people before it was in Cleveland. So, that inaugural class was in 86. This is what I'm thinking of. The building wasn't here until the 90s. So, Presley, James Brown, Little Richard. You know, we got in that whole Little Richard thing a while ago. Talking about how he was in that, the first group of inductees. Ray Charles, Chuck Berry, Sam Cooke, Robert Johnson, Jerry Lee Lewis.
You can't argue one of those.
No, absolutely not. So obviously this is well-tread ground, but Robert Plant going to bat for Bad Company, saying, hey, put these guys in.
Yeah, it's just kind of pathetic, honestly. You know, you look at these bands that aren't in. And again, I'll be the first one to talk out of both sides of my mouth because everybody gets pissed about what rock and roll is and what that means. And if it isn't, you know, screaming guitars, it's not rock and roll. Fine. But rock and roll is and always has been an image, right? So some of the people that are in, I get it. When you go for like NWA and you put them in the Rock Hall, that's an image thing, right? Like they're in not because they played rock music, but because they are rock and roll.
Well, devotion to accuracy, though, as I'm looking at this, 1995 was Zeppelin's first year of eligibility.
Well, it has to be 20 years removed from.
I thought it was 25.
Oh, is it?
It might be. So they were a first ballot Rock Hall, like first nomination, first year eligible. They get in.
Okay.
They were inducted by Steven Tyler and Joe Perry when they should have been inducted by Peter Wolf.
Damn right. And Jay Giles.
Oh, and yeah.
Imagine that.
The Superior Boston Band.
And they kicked him out.
Or Frank Black and Kim Deal. They kicked who?
The guy's name is Jay Giles. Kicked out of his own band, and the band continued on without him.
Oh, I thought he'd been in for a while.
No.
Oh,
no, he got
really?
booted. Everybody thought Peter Wolf was Jay Giles.
When I was a kid and Centerfold was hot, I thought he was Jay Giles.
Of course.
Yeah.
But it was the guitarist that wasn't in the band anymore. Imagine that for a kick in the wiener. Your actual name.
Yeah, you get kicked out of your own band.
But yeah, there's so many bands that just, I mean, again, yeah, we talked about it earlier. Like I said, Jay Giles. Okay, don't have to agree with me, whatever. Boston should be in. Without question, right? I mean, how is Boston not in the Rock and Roll? Haven't even been nominated to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It's insane to me.
Yeah. How did he get kicked out of his own band? Jay Giles.
I don't know.
They were called the Jay Giles Blues Band.
Originally.
And then, yeah.
Yeah, and then it became Jay Giles. We had him play a birthday show for my station back in Providence. And my mom was always a huge, big Jay Giles fan, which is probably part of the reason why I always swear by that being, you know, the best band from Boston, because it was always on in my house.
Not only that, but I always think of Boston bands as having these brainiacs in them who just happen to be musicians. Because you had MIT, and you had Worcester Polytechnic, and you had Harvard, all these schools in and around Boston. So you had guys like Tom Schultz from Boston who, like, created a new instrument. And Jay Giles had a degree in mechanical engineering.
Yeah.
You had like all these smart dudes that were musicians and could have gone and done other things.
And then you had Steven Tyler.
And then you had Steven Tallarico.
The early stuff. Hey. The early stuff is, I love like that early Aerosmith stuff. You know what I mean? Oh God, I'm trying to, Toys in the Attic, that album, like excellent.
Yeah.
But then for me, like after all the drugs and stuff went away and they did the whole comeback thing with, was it Permanent Vacation, 86?
They came back. Well, they came back technically with Done with Mirrors.
Okay.
And it flopped hard.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately for me, Done with Mirrors is when I got into Aerosmith. That was one of my Columbia House picks.
Oof.
Was Done with Mirrors. And I think that was maybe the tail end of, that was right before they were like, we got to figure all this out.
Was there a single on it? Like, did anything that we would play today?
Yes. Well, nah.
Because that doesn't even ring a bell to me, that album.
Let the music do the talking.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Let the music do the... My Fist Your Face was another one.
Nope.
She's on Fire. No, it was their 8th one. But it was when... That was the one that was supposed to be their comeback because Joe Perry came back and Brad Whitford came back. to do Done with Mirrors, and they were like, this is our big comeback. But in the interim, people had been like, I don't care about Aerosmith. So it didn't do anything. And so then they came back with Permanent Vacation.
There's a million, and listen, they have a million hits, right?
Yeah.
Like they could play for 5 hours and never, repeat a hit song. I think it's because of, for my ears, the way that I heard things growing up. Like Jay Giles was always on.
Well, because, okay, so just to walk people down the Aerosmith thing here very briefly. 85, they do Done with Mirrors. It's the last album of theirs that they wrote themselves. Because remember, so then they do Walk This Way the next year with Run DMC. That technically brings them back. And then Permanent Vacation, where they're writing songs with all these other hit writers. Like Desmond Child and those kinds of guys. So that's what blew them up. I think they got to the point where they were like, even though I think they had kicked by that time, but they're like, we're too high. We're not great songwriters anymore. And so that was the trajectory there. I like Aerosmith.
I do too.
I mean, I just like Jay Giles Band better. I've never seen Aerosmith live. People call them America's Greatest Rock Band or America's Stones or whatever. And listen, for my money, the Rolling Stones are America's Stones. I'm sorry. If you've ever heard those guys try American accents, it's fantastic. Yeah, so it must suck when you're like mounting your big comeback record and it just flops hard. I literally think I'm the only person who had Done with Mirrors on cassette. Because like my friends didn't even know what I was talking about. I'm like, it's the brand new Aerosmith tape. They're like, what?
Everything through Draw the Line, I think, was great. And then it just sort of, which that's probably my favorite of their songs, too.
Draw the Line.
Yeah.
That's mine, too.
Yeah, that's...
No joke.
That
Draw
riff
the
is
Line
sick.
is my favorite Aerosmith. Joey Kramer in top form, all of it.
So good, man.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Then it was Night in the Ruts, 79. I don't even think I've ever heard that album. Rockin' a Hard Place.
Okay.
This was like when, it was over, man. Stephen Perry was a mess. Joe Perry hated him.
The Joe Perry Project.
Yeah.
Steven Tyler, Joe Perry, yeah.
And then Done with Mirrors. Oh, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Permanent Vacation saved that band, man. Angel, Dude Looks Like a Lady, Hangman Jury.
Well, they had blown up a year before because of Run DMC. Run DMC saved Aerosmith.
MTV era, man.
Yeah.
Ragdoll was on that.
Yeah, they had a good run. They had Pump, Permanent Vacation,
Yeah, Pump is where it just sort of like, for me,
it got super glossy. It was all hits. It
all sounded like, everything sounded like Janie's Got a Gun or Love in an Elevator. It was the same song.
Alan Toy's In the Attic is a better album than any Jay Giles record.
Okay. Maybe you're right. I mean, I just sat here and said everything through Draw the Line was fantastic Aerosmith. I just think the longer bands go, the longer they have to screw their image.
Aerosmith and NSYNC did the Super Bowl with Nelly and Britney Spears.
Yeah. Did Jay Giles? No, because they aren't a bunch of pussies. Come on out, Britney.
Not only that,
lame ass,
but Jay Giles, his Angel was a centerfold.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to go slumming with other people.
Poor guy's blood was cold.
This guy he had an angel for a centerfold, or a centerfold for an angel. He had a flamethrower.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the song Flamethrower?
Yes.
This guy was doing freeze frames. Why won't Flamethrower play for me?
I don't know.
I don't either. I'm trying to get it to play. Maybe it's a bad
I
part.
block it?
Anyway, no, it's in there. It's just not playing. Anyway, really, I got off on a tangent there. But Robert Plant has gone the Paul McCartney route in favor of Bad Company to get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And I guess we will find out soon enough whether or not that's going to be the case. But I just can't envision this new Rock Hall class without Bad Company in it.
Yeah.
People can argue left and right over whether pop stars should be in. You can argue left and right over whether some bands, the newer bands, even though they're eligible because they've been around for 25, 30 years, they still kind of get short shrift because people go, well, look at all these other older bands that aren't in there. But it's not their fault. Chris Cornell, it wasn't his fault that Soundgarden didn't start earlier. But I can't see Bad Company not being in the room.
Well, Soundgarden will have to go in. I imagine that will be.
I thought Rage was going to go in first ballot, and they did not. So I don't know with any band from like the past 30, 35 years. I can't tell. I don't have a vibe on that. But Bad Company is so squarely in there that I'm like, I couldn't believe they had never been nominated before.
Yeah.
Like I said, Bad Company's not a band that immediately springs to mind for me, but then I hear them and I go, Jesus, I love these guys.
Mm-hmm.
What about Rhino Bucket?
What about them?
Yeah. Ride the Tide, wasn't that their song from Wayne's World? Or Ride With Yourself, Rhino Bucket. Alan, I'm with Rob. Hey, Jimmy Buffett. Can't stand Aerosmith.
I didn't say I can't stand Aerosmith.
You said they're not Boston's best band.
I did say that.
Right.
And I will stand by that.
All right.
Boston and Jay Giles, I think, are probably better bands. But again, completely different career trajectories.
How about Mission of Burma? Let me throw you a Wild Pitch. Aren't they from Boston?
I don't even know who that is.
What?
Mission
of Burma?
I didn't disagree with you on the Pixies, but I don't know. I don't know who that is.
Boston, Massachusetts. That's when I reached for my gun. You don't remember Mission of Burma?
Don't believe it.
Oh, come on.
What about Godsmack, dude? I didn't hear any of you jerks talking about Godsmack when you were talking about the best bands from Boston.
Godsmack.
I mean, the guy's name is Sully, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
Sully Anna.
What about Extreme? Aren't they from Boston?
I'll go back to what about him?
All right.
Gary Sharon.
What about the Cars?
The Cars, great band.
How about the Cars, even though half of them are from Ohio?
Yeah.
The Cars.
The Cars. Boy, do I love the Cars.
How about a band called Till Tuesday?
Yeah.
Amy Mann and that hair.
I love that you just went into full toll booth, Willie.
I'm coming out of the booth.
Yeah, welcome to Worcester. $1.25 pack.
I'm breaking with a Louisville Slugger. Toll Booth Willie.
It's not my fault the bartender cut you off last night.
Oh, I don't even realize that's what I'm doing, but it is Toll Booth Willie.
Oh, that was so great.
What about Buffalo Tom? Remember them? How about Belle Biv DeVoe?
All those Boston bands here.
How about what about the Del Fuegos?
Welcome to Boston. $1.25.
$1.25, please. I'm in here listening to Letters to Cleo. How do you feel about that, bro? Bullet LaVolta. Oh, the Lemonheads. How about Evan Dando and the Lemonheads?
Oh,
I was listening to some Lemonheads in the car with my daughter, and there's a song called "It's a Shame About Ray," and they had a couple bigger songs. They covered Mrs. Robinson, and they had "In Your Arms" was like a big thing from them. But "It's a Shame About Ray" is a great album from them, and my daughter is laughing because she's like, "Who's Ray?" And I go, "I don't know, but he's brought a lot of shame to this band," making my dad jokes. Hey, how about the Black Keys from Akron, Ohio?
Yeah.
Remember these guys? They're coming back. They're doing Blossom this time around. I think they were stymied last time through in their efforts to play What Was the Romo Fijo. I think it canceled a bunch of dates last time around. They were having some tumult in that band. But now they're back at it. The No Rain, No Flowers tour. It's with Gary Clark Jr. It's going to be great. These are on sale tomorrow morning, so you'll get my last pair before you can buy them. LiveNation.com, tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. It's out of Blossom, Friday, August 22nd. Black Keys, Gary Clark Jr., and you, and a pal. Car 10, this pair is for you. Good luck. 216-578-1007 to win. or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Our iHeartRadio Music Awards on Fox were filled with epic moments and live performances.
iHeartRadio.
Now streaming on Hulu for a limited time.
Bad Bunny,
Billie Eilish,
Glorilla,
Kenny Chesney,
Money Long,
Nelly.
and your host, LL Cool J.
Congratulations to all of this year's big winners. Plus, iHeart Innovator Award recipient Lady Gaga.
Winning an award honoring my entire career is a hard thing to get my head around.
Icon Award recipient Mariah Carey.
As a kid, I used to listen to my favorite artists on the radio and dream of being on the airwaves myself.
And iHeartRadio's Tour of the Century Award, honoring Taylor Swift, the Eras Tour.
I appreciate this more than you know. Thank you so much for honoring this tour.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Brought to you by Jeep.
Thank you to all of the iHeartRadio listeners who make these beautiful things possible.
Streaming now on Hulu.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Overnight, rain changing to snow down to 27. Tomorrow, sunny and 51. Rain Saturday, high of 42.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
It's the 105th birthday bash at Levin. Get an extra 20% off plus 60-month special financing with no money down. And as a special bonus, get a $105 gift card. Now at Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Kia of Streetsboro. 99 cents get you driving. Kia of Streetsboro. 99 cents down. Kia of Streetsboro. Stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Spring into savings this March at Kia of Streetsboro. The snow is melting and the deals are heating up. It's time to shake off winter and drive into spring with a brand new Kia from Kia of Streetsboro. Whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, a rugged SUV, or a fuel-efficient hybrid, we've got you covered. This month only, enjoy incredible savings on our entire Kia inventory and get up to $5,000 over KVB for your trade. And don't forget, interest rates as low as 0%. Hurry, these deals won't last long. Visit Kia of Streetsboro today or seize the road at KiaofStreetsboro.com, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
See dealer for details.
application was rejected. Another helpful tip from the Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
Dead Kennedys, people are going, people were expected to go kooky over these unredacted John F. Kennedy files. And, of course, there's nothing of note.
I was the one sitting there hoping. You were right.
Well, this is the same thing, and this is what Trump does, is he does stuff that somebody else has already done, and then goes, look what I did, like a 4-year-old. Like, this is the stuff that Biden dropped in 2023. But okay. But they did point out that a major gaffe in releasing these unredacted files is it has personal data on hundreds of staffers who associated with this. Not a lot of them are dead. This is a long time ago. But a lot of them are not dead. So, like, social security numbers, addresses, your address might change. Social security number ain't going to change. Of course, I guess it doesn't matter anyway, right? That's all going away. But one of the lawyers who was part of... something having to do with the Kennedy investigation or something back then. He's like, all my information's in there. 60,000 files related to the Kennedy assassination. I said there's no smoking gun. There's no investigative bombshells, obviously. This is all to distract people from other stuff. But they said that there's a lot of information in this that probably should not have been made public, and it's got nothing to do with conspiracy theories. It's got to do with people's personal information. And so what they're going to have now is they're going to have the people who are still alive. I'm telling you, this is what's going to happen. They're going to be like, yeah, I want the government to, they didn't take a close enough look at this. They just put it out there. And so now I want people to protect me from any abuses that might come from this. Well, that's why these people are worried. Even though the Kennedy thing was so long ago, you're contending with a culture now and a group of people who cling to every conspiracy theory they can possibly find. And so last thing you want, some dope in a red hat showing up on your front door because he thinks you had something to do with a Kennedy assassination. So a handful of these people who are in their 70s and 80s, but they were they were enough a part of these investigations that their information is in these unredacted files. And so I guess these people are now very, very concerned. Imagine your grandfather gets doxxed, right? He's like, I don't even know what that is. Why are there people on my step? Oh, they put your address in the Kennedy files. What?
The who?
The guy that we killed. I mean, the guy that was killed, the president, a long time ago. But this stuff still enthralls people.
On behalf
I don't know why.
On behalf of the federal government, we apologize for this inconvenience, and we will be giving you a lifetime subscription to LifeLock.
Mm-hmm. And a $50 Chili's gift card.
And how do you feel about savings bonds? Because we've got a beautiful $25 one for you.
Well, government bonds are stronger than business bonds right now. Might be worth looking into. One of the rare silver linings right now.
Alan, Rich down in Jacksonville, Florida. Listening back to the podcast from yesterday, you started talking about conspiracy theories and made a comment about how anybody who believes in them are idiots or morons or stupid. I don't put a lot of value in conspiracy theories, but I also don't dismiss them on the face value just because of the ones in the past that have come true. Tuskegee Airmen Experiment, Midnight Climax, MK Ultra, all these things the CIA has admitted to doing in the past. So why is it say that they're not still doing it now? Anyways, hate the show. Bye.
I'll tell you what. As always, Rich is onto something. Yeah, I guess it is in retrospect that you can unequivocally say that something is made up, or maybe it just hasn't been revealed yet. It hasn't been declassified, right? It wasn't that long ago they were saying things like Operation Paperclip and MK Ultra. or made up. They were asked about these things. They would say, ha, 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 I don't know what you've been smoking, young man, but it's all made up. And then when enough time goes by, they go, there it is. So maybe Rich is on to something. What do we think is goofy now that will be shown to be true down the road? I don't know. Hard to say. I mean, we know they've been sitting on that water-powered car for 50, 60 years, probably longer. But see, that to me is not a conspiracy. I mean, a lot of those things are out in the open, I think, even though you might not have chapter and verse of how things went. But if people are like, there's been a car that could run on water for 50, 60 years. Well, of course there has. Of course there has. Like, it's not a conspiracy theory when some big bombshell story. Turns out all the oil companies were suppressing climate change data. Of course they were. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's common sense.
But if there's a car that rides on water, why not do something about it?
Because the oil companies don't want a car that runs on water.
Well, they also don't want electric cars.
Well, true. But
why?
That's why Trump's pulling up all of the already paid for chargers in D.C. People are like, wait. These are already paid for. But because it's politics of revenge, he's like, screw you. They're like, how is this? This is not a waste, or how is this money being poorly spent? They're already paid for. People are using them. Too bad. Pull them up. We're switching to clean coal. That's the new one. So, yes, everything is going backwards and in the wrong direction, but that's the point.
I just don't understand
this
that
crew.
If they're looking for other than gas-powered vehicles, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you say okay to the electric car, which is going to prove to be a massive problem when they have to get rid of all the batteries, right? Eventually, that's going to become a massive issue. So, if something runs on water, why would they not try to find a way to do that and just charge more for the car?
I don't know.
If the technology's there.
I mean, listen, most of these oil companies have invested heavily in electric cars because they see the writing on the wall. A long time. I think maybe the technology and the culture has moved to the point where you're not going to turn it backwards. You know what I mean? Whereas back then, whenever they had the engine that ran on water, they were like, no, we still got plenty of time to suppress this. I don't know.
It's just things that my brain just cannot understand.
And mine either, but these are things that have been around for a long, long time. So to Rich's point, like there were always things that people said, oh, you're crazy if you think that. And then they find out, well, there's some truth to that. So I guess it's just a matter of time. I don't know. But also, it's just some people are prone to believing these kinds of things without any documentation. They just go, yeah, that sounds right. And so they just kind of go down these paths of flat earthers and things like that.
Yeah, there's some that are just dumb. But there are some things that I could look at and be like, I could see that, right?
Listen, most of them I can look at and go, I could see that.
The moon one especially because not even necessarily that there's been footage, but just where we were as a country and how important it was to win that race. I could see that being the biggest reason that did not happen the way that they say it did.
So, the thought being, boy, we got to that point fast.
That if Russia was about to do the exact same thing and get there before us at a time when the Cold War was happening, wasn't that priority, right? Like,
well, it was kind of
right.
The early days of the space race, kind of the beginning of the Cold War, right? So, I don't know.
I wonder if, and again, there's very few.
So just to clarify, you are of the mind that you could be brought to believe that the moon landing was faked.
I could be brought to believe that.
Capricorn 1 type stuff.
I'm not saying that
I loved that movie when I was a kid, boy.
I am definitely not saying that I believe it. I'm saying that if it were to be released tomorrow that we did it, I would not be totally surprised.
Shocked.
No. That's probably the only one that I could really think of off the top of my head. I do think that there's probably more. I'm not saying alien type stuff because I think that's ridiculous. But obviously there's got to be something out there. So I do believe that they probably have some knowledge of something. I'm not saying Area 51 has a spaceship in it, but I do think there has to be something that is known beyond what we know.
Well, today is, as it so happens, today is Extraterrestrial Abductions Day.
See?
March 20th. So, people who are expecting or wishing to be abducted by alien life forms. See, what killed it for me was a movie called Fire in the Sky that was supposedly based on a true story, the Travis Walton thing. Remember that? Where they pin the guy down, they put him in this cocoon, they're putting black goop in they're poking his eyes. Oh, my God. Early 90s. D.B. Sweeney, I think, was the actor. It was called Fire in the Sky. And it was supposedly this guy's story of being abducted. But it was like a really brutal scene where he's getting probed and he's screaming. And I was like, oh, my God.
I don't know if I remember that. I don't know if I ever saw that movie.
Early 90s.
Fire in the Sky?
Fire in the Sky, the Travis Walton story. There is a self-published thing online. It's about 20 years old called How to Refuse Alien Abduction.
No.
Now,
I do not consent to this probing.
You are going to put that where?
No. I don't want it.
Extraterrestrial Abductions Day is not that old. It got started as a goof in Toronto in 2008. And there are a lot of famous people who have claimed that they have been abducted. Shirley MacLaine used to be a punchline back in the day because she was the celebrity name that people would associate with alien abductions. William Shatner says it's happened to him. Our friend Sammy Hagar.
Oh, yeah.
He believes chapter and verse that he was abducted. Fran Drescher believes she was abducted by aliens.
Well, Sammy wrote Love Walks In about that.
Yes.
I
Some
did not,
kind of alien. He's very literal in his songwriting.
Didn't even know that until a friend of mine pointed out, and I was like, oh, my God.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's about. That's a great song.
But the self-published How to Refuse Alien Abduction is pretty wild. It was printed in July of 2005. And they delineate between, alien contact versus alien abduction. And I'm always fascinated by people who do believe in God and aliens. But as I was reading this, because you would think one would preclude the other. But as I was reading this, I was like, oh, they think aliens are from the devil. That's where God comes in. Extraterrestrial contact use the devil and Satan to cause chaos, destruction, fear, and confusion. So it's all God-based, right? And so the aliens are God's adversaries, blah, blah, blah. I wish I knew who published this 20 years ago. The Lightside UFO Study Group. But listen, if you've ever thought, Alan, I consider myself especially prone to perhaps being abducted, in which case they will literally want you prone. It might be worth reading. This, again, it's God-centric. So they're like, have God help you out against the aliens.
Yeah.
But wouldn't God have created the aliens too, by the way?
I think he would have had to.
I
because
would
he
certainly
created
think
everything.
so.
The
I don't
great
know.
creator.
So anyway. But this person describes all the different kinds of aliens and how you could fight off being abducted. How to refuse, actually, is there. Yes, tools for refusing abduction.
Sleep in iron underwear.
Mm-hmm.
That should do the trick.
That's right.
We can't take this guy.
Why are
Dink, dink. Cannot penetrate him.
Why are there bits of cork in your underwear? I was worried about alien abduction. That's why.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I believe. I surely don't believe that there are little green guys in spaceships.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that there's probably something. I don't know.
Well, it is interesting to me that, if you watch these documentaries about, and it's easy to point and laugh because for a long time it was clearly people who were like in some jerkwater town in Louisiana who are clearly bored and are looking for some attention and whatever, which is kind of sad in and of itself. But those are also the very same people who normally would have told you that they don't believe in any of that stuff. So I think that, at least you watch these documentaries, And these people are like, I didn't believe in any of this stuff. My family thought I was crazy, but I'm telling you, they came down.
Well, they say that they're those
My
dreams.
son saw them, yeah.
What are those dreams called where you think you're...
Sleep paralysis?
Yeah. So they say that that's probably what these people
But
have.
again, these are people who describe, and again, I think the reason that these kinds of stories, by and large, seem incredible is because everybody describes them the same way. They describe them the way that they've been described in popular culture. If it hadn't been for, I don't know where the almond-shaped faces came from. That might have started with Whitley Strieber's Communion 40 years ago. I don't know. Whitley Strieber wrote a book called Communion about how, and he was already an accomplished author, and that he had been abducted. And it was a huge book. They made it into a movie with Christopher Walken. You want to talk about the perfect guy to play a weirdo, going toe-to-toe with alien weirdos. Christopher Walken in the early 90s. But it was less about probing, and that book was more about kind of meeting them on a psychological and mental level, whatever it was.
I used to love watching Unsolved Mysteries because they would always have that stuff. They do like the Robert Stack come on and be all serious. And then it came down. The lights showed up. And the people...
I didn't like that show because they tell you in the title that there's not going to be any satisfaction.
Sometimes they gave you the update, though.
Yeah.
That was the best part. They would give you like the music change update. After airing this show, Bob, who killed his wife, was caught in Kansas, where he changed his name and was living as a dairy farmer.
Yeah, HBO had a show I really enjoyed in the late 80s. It was called Unsolved Mistresses. And boy, I'll tell you what, as a young boy coming into my own, literally and figuratively, yeah. Tell Rob the oil companies sued Chevy for making an electric car in the 80s, and they won. Chevy was ordered to destroy all of their research. Electric cars still run on fossil fuel-powered plants. About 500,000 people knew about the moon landing. It wouldn't be a secret. God is just the first alien to come to Earth. Aren't we, as humans, proof in and of itself that intelligent life exists?
I suppose that's who you're talking about.
Yeah, there you go. I was reading that human intelligence, by and large, is diminishing. We are getting now, human intellect, they say so far, is not being hurt. But the trajectory, and this is a shock to zero people, the trajectory of human intelligence is not going in a good direction, right? Exhibit A, the results of this last election. But on a downward trajectory. And they're like, and you can't just be like, well, people are on their phones and they're not reading, things like that. They're just declining trends. That human intelligence is declining. It's not going in a good direction. You know, you read about how Florida wants to cut algebra and English out of their high school curriculum. You're like, of course they do. Human intelligence sharply declining. The benchmarks that they use to measure whether or not these kinds of things are going in the right direction are not going in the right direction. And they're like, it's not just young people. It's across the board. Now, obviously, it's really hard to measure quote-unquote intelligence, but you can have some data points. They said there's been a steep decline in cognitive skills. A lot of it's due to the pandemic. There was educational disruption. You know, there are a lot of things. Everybody can Monday morning quarterback how we handled things during the pandemic, but a lot of people have come to the conclusion that shutting everything down was probably a really bad thing to do. At least schools.
Yeah.
That was a really, not just what an unbelievable inconvenience it was for families, but just, and again, people didn't know at the time. You know, they were looking at best practices, but in hindsight, they're like, yeah, you're looking at you know, demonstrably steep decline in cognitive skills in younger kids.
And emotional development. That's one thing I talked about constantly with my daughter. My daughter was in my oldest, Caitlin, was in 6th grade when COVID happened. All right, so she was home 2 years, basically. By the time she returned to school full time, she was a freshman in high school.
Yeah.
So she went from being a 6th grader to a freshman, so a baby in both schools. Those are huge development years, those 7th and 8th grade years.
Right.
And she was home. She was video schooling. It's crazy.
My younger daughter, I mean, she started school during the pandemic. So it's like she's a little preschooler going with a mask on, right? And kids, by and large, handle the masks way better than their parents did. You want to talk about a reversal in responsibility. It was always the parents that were screaming and pissing and whining about stuff. The kids were like, yeah, whatever. I mean, you know, I don't know any different. So, anyway, today is World Alien Abduction. Extraterrestrial Abduction Day. So, congratulations. Shop accordingly. I've got to take a break. 35192. Want to send me a text? You can email me at alancoxshow.com and watch at our YouTube channel and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Charlie, when you were a kid, those ridiculous, huge jeans were in style. When did you figure out this is stupid?
When I was at the zoo on a class field trip wearing my Jenkos. Went to private school at the time, so this is when you get to bust out your best outfit. You don't have to wear the uniform, and now everybody's going to go to the zoo, and everybody's going to be dressed to the nines. And I remember a group of Amish people standing and pointing and laughing at me. And they're like
they're wearing overalls.
The worst clothes you could ever imagine. And I was like,
straw hats.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh no. If the Amish are making fun of me, this is bad.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Greatair.com.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. Winters in Northeast Ohio are long. March doesn't mean summer yet. And if any of that cold weather has come through your windows, you need Window Nation. I've got them in a Casa Cox. I love them. Energy efficient, expertly installed windows. Right now, Window Nation will give you 2 free windows for every 2 you buy, plus 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 years. And Window Nation, always a proud partner of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Start at windownation.com and get a free in-home consultation, or call 866-90NATION or windownation.com.
Are you sick of Ohio winter weather? Spring camping is almost here, and deals are blooming at RCDRV. From March 15th to the 29th, take advantage of our spring savings event with over 800 new and pre-owned RVs in stock. If you're sick of being stuck in the house, let us help plan a springtime adventure. With new travel trailers starting as low as $12,995, we have campers for every budget. Visit our locations, Medina and North Ridgeville, or shop online at rcdrv.com. Don't wait. RCDRV is your destination for springtime adventure.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Hey, Mackenzie here for Ken Ganley Volkswagen, where you'll find a great selection of VW models. Drive the 2025 Taos S, $199 a month, $199 at Ken Ganley Volkswagen North Olmsted and Willoughby Hills. I want to see you in a Ken Ganley VW.
36 month lease, $39.99 down, 7,500 miles per year, plus tax, title, registration, and doc fee with no security deposit on approved credit.
Human intelligence is diminished.
It's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
It's the Tire Madness sale at Conrad's. Get $100 off instantly on a set of 4 select Goodyear tires, including the popular Weather Ready. Perfect for Cleveland weather.
Nobody makes it easier to make your car last longer.
From the all-new Avon Lake Dodge Studios, we say yes.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
You don't deserve anything. You deserve to get smacked in the face and kicked in the dirt.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Cavaliers have lost 3 in a row. They're hoping to get the mojo back tonight. They are in Phoenix to play the Suns at 10 o'clock. Last night's loss there in Sacramento, 123-119, following 2 previous losses against the Clippers. That's Ty Lue's team now. And the Magic here at home, they lost by 5 against Orlando. So the Cavs, no reason, I think, to get freaked out at this point in the season, even though sports writers need some hook. You know, it's a double-edged sword when you're doing as well as the Cavs, because you end up writing about how great they're doing every day. So this is like manna from heaven for people who are looking for kinks in the armor.
That Suns game is tomorrow.
What did I say, tonight?
Tonight,
I'm sorry.
yeah, it's tomorrow.
Tomorrow night. Yeah, they are off tonight. Cavs Suns tomorrow night. Sorry, 10 o'clock is your tip there. At 9:30 will be the pregame coverage. Then they'll go up to play the Jazz on Sunday, Portland on Tuesday. They come back home on Thursday. Play the San Antonio Spurs. Next week, I will have tickets for you for the Cavs-Bulls game. That is April the 8th. And that also happens to be the Guardians' home opener. Tuesday, April the 8th, Guardians against the Chicago White Sox, Cavs against the Chicago Bulls that night. So all next week. Tickets for Cavs-Bulls on the 8th. Speaking of the White Sox, I was very, very bummed to see that Bobby Jenks is in bad shape. I don't know if people remember Bobby Jenks. He played for your Red Sox, I think. I think he might have ended his career with the Red Sox, but he was on the White Sox World Series team. He was just a killer pitcher during those World Series games. And now I think he's the skipper for one of those Frontier League teams. Out here, we've got the Lake Erie Crushers. But at home, they have the Windy City Thunderbolts. They're based out of the suburbs. And I think that Bobby Jenks is like their manager now. But he was a big, big deal, 20 years ago with the White Sox. So he loses his house in L.A. from the fires. And now he's in the final stages of stomach cancer.
Oh.
And so I was... there was an account that was talking about how they're going to do, he and his wife are going to do like a big autograph session or something there in Chicago to try to raise money. But they said in all likelihood, this is his last signing. And so they're going to have some of his former teammates along, and they're going to have, I don't know where this is. I assume this is somewhere in Chicago, but, and the profits from all of these kinds of autograph signings are going to go to the Jenks family. But Bobby Jenks, who was, he was a big deal for the White Sox back in the World Series days. And he played for the Red Sox for a few seasons, too. I mean, he kind of outlived his usefulness. He had a handful of surgeries after that World Series run, and it was a few years later that the Red Sox signed him. But I don't know that he got a lot of playing time with them. They signed him for 2 years, $12 million. So he was making money. But he was constantly getting poked at and in surgery and things like that. A couple of years ago, he was the pitching coach. I love minor league teams. He was the pitching coach for the Princeton Whistle Pigs, part of the Appalachian League. They were in West Virginia. And then he went back home and became skipper for the Windy City Thunderbolts. I'll see them. We go to Crushers games over the summer because it's not far from us. And every so often, it'll be when the Windy City Thunderbolts are in town. So, sucks for Bobby Jenks and the family. Alan, microplastics cross the blood-brain barrier. We have no idea what damage this is causing to cognitive abilities because they're in everything. They're in the vegetables, they're in the meat, they're in the water, they're in everything. Yeah, that ship has kind of sailed, too. The microplastics thing, there's really no way around it. And so I don't know. You'll see if you're reading various science and technology accounts and things like that, they're like, hey, there's a group of kids who found a thing that might eat microplastics. It's like, well, that's great. I don't know what that means for the ones that are currently coursing through our blood and our brains and our bodies and whatever, but that's not a clock that's going to get turned backwards. Are those Bulls tickets right next to yours, somebody asks. I don't know where mine are. I know that I have them. I don't know where they are. I haven't looked. But probably not. Your head will probably be touching the ceiling there at the Rocket Arena. And if there is any luck whatsoever, in my case, I'd love to be vomiting courtside.
So great.
But that probably isn't going to happen. I've never sat courtside in my life.
Well, if it does, can you try to make yourself vomit so we can get some press for the show?
I will try to make myself vomit, yeah.
I would appreciate it.
It won't even have my name in the headline. I'll say, Tracy Morgan copycat befouls Cavaliers sidelines.
Local radio guy throws up on sideline.
That's what it used to be back in the day. I don't know. It might be a little different now, but back in the day, you were always trying to get yourself on television, but they would never have your name, and it doesn't really matter unless they have your name.
Right.
Local television would always try to stick it to you. They'd be like, a local DJ was all about, like, I need my name on there. But I get it.
Newspapers, too. Local radio station.
Yes.
Dicks.
Local radio station.
Human intelligence is diminishing because technology makes people not have to think. Do you remember when we were teenagers, we could remember all of our friends' phone numbers, their grandma's phone number, their addresses? Now, we can't remember any of that. Technology is making the human race ignorant.
I mean, I always think it's how you consume it, too. You can spend a lot of time online and read amazing things. You can be watching extraordinarily informative educational videos and stories. So it just depends. Most of us are looking at Instagram and TikTok, and that's going to make you feel stupid because there's a lot of people on there who are passing around stuff as experts that couldn't be further from the truth. So if that's what you mean by it's making people dumber, maybe. I just think it all comes down to what you consume.
I try to put my phone down when I'm trying to think of something because Google's so easy. You know what I mean? So I do see part of that point. Like I don't try as hard to come up with something or think or remember something because I can always Google it. So I do see that point.
I mean, I do remember my grandmother's phone number. Some of them just stick in your head.
I remember, my grandparents, both of them, both sets. I remember my phone number, my friends, my best friends' numbers. I remember all that stuff. Addresses, I remember.
I mean, I obviously still know my parents' house phone number. They still have a landline. I remember that. But I remember my grandma's been dead almost 10 years now. I remember her phone number. 815-732, and then 4 digits.
This is your house number now?
No. My grandmother. Yeah, she's been gone. I don't know who's living where she used to live. She lived in like a row house apartment kind of. But I don't know how I remember that. It wasn't like I was always calling my grandmother, but when I had to growing up, I knew that phone number. I can't believe I can remember it now, but I can.
Yep. 413-583-4378 was my grandma.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. 525-7940 was my other grandparents.
And who's living there now? Because they're going to start getting calls.
Well, no, that wouldn't still be there, right?
I don't know. It's a landline?
Yeah, well, yeah, but when it's disconnected, you would just have a new phone number if you move in there.
They wouldn't just keep the phone line?
I don't think the phone number carries with the house.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think.
I guess you're right.
7822468 was my house number.
Mm-hmm.
How's that for an easy one? 2468.
Yeah.
Who do we appreciate? Rob.
Yeah.
That's who.
Alan, if you throw up courtside, be sure to bring some of that Oops sawdust with you. Yeah, I will. That's a good grab. Eat a stick of butter dipped in ranch while you're at the game. That'll make you puke for sure. That will do it. Again, I'm not looking to vomit at the game, but also I won't be sitting courtside. So what, am I going to puke on somebody's back? I'm not going to do that. I couldn't tell you the last time I vomited that was not alcohol-induced. And even that doesn't happen. It almost never happens. I got to get full tilt boogie to puke at the end of the night from drinking.
I'm a reset button guy, man.
Finger down the throat?
Yep. And then go to bed.
Yeah.
If it's that bad, I try not to get that bad, but if it does, I can't sit there and be uncomfortable.
I couldn't tell you the last time I vomited from being ill or having an upset stomach.
I agree with that. Yeah. Same. I think it was just that story I was just telling yesterday. Probably that was the last time. 10 years ago.
I've got more kids' corners.
It ain't easy being a kid. Now look at what you gone done did. Whoa, it's time for Kids Corner. Kids Corner.
Golly, it seems like just yesterday I was telling you a story about a teacher busted for salacious texts, because it was just yesterday that I was telling you about a teacher busted for salacious texts. This is suburban Chicago. This is specifically a suburb called Downers Grove, which is, it's like any other town. It's nice. It's sleepy. Our buddy Kevin Bozeman, who was here a couple of weeks ago, he was doing the Weekend at Hilarities. He lives in Downers Grove. My buddy, comedian Emo Phillips, makes his home in Downers Grove.
Isn't that a Doobie Brothers song?
Yes.
Thank you.
Down there, down there, talking about Downers Grove. Whoa! Speaking of which, next week, tickets to see the Doobie Brothers and the Coral Reefer Band.
Can't you just say Doobie Brothers tickets?
Oh, I sure could.
Yeah.
Doobie Brothers and special guest, the Coral Reefer Band, on the Walk This Road tour, September 17th at Blossom. Tickets out next week here on the show. Anyway, Downers Grove, Illinois. And a real downer for a teacher who got caught texting a 15-year-old with whom she was having sex. Now, she says the kid broke into her phone, sent himself all these texts, and he is blackmailing her. It's kind of cute, actually. It says that, by all accounts, she married her high school and college sweetheart last summer. She says she's innocent and that the boy sent the messages to himself from her phone. But I'll tell you what, man, and I know there's a lot of people who are high school sweethearts. That, to me, is a huge red flag. This whole high school sweetheart thing, that's fine when you're 17. But you ride it all the way through, give me a break. So then you end up being 30 and a teacher and thinking that a 15-year-old kid is hot. Sending messages where she was talking about how much she loved having sex with him. A 30-year-old special ed teacher and soccer coach at Downers Grove South told the victim, "I love having sex with you." "I love you so much, Mama," the boy wrote back to her. She says it's all fake. She was 28 then. She's 30 now. "Even though this morning was short, it was perfect," she texted the boy.
Jesus, and she's making fun of his stamina?
Short, yeah. "Even though you popped before you even went in."
Yeah. Broke the plane.
Says that she'd been molesting him allegedly for a couple of years. They allegedly found the writings of the text messages in her phone's notes app. She said that it was just an outlet for her anxiety and that it was only about her husband. She married this guy last August. She says, this is all made up. I'm being framed by the boy and his family. She says that everybody's targeting her because she's good looking. I mean, she is.
Fair.
She's cute. But anytime I see one of these stories about some young teacher and one of her students, and then they go, she and her high school sweetheart, I go, there it is. There it is. She's looking for strange because she's done nothing since she was 17 with anybody else. Her brain stopped forming in a way. So she looks at a 15-year-old and goes, oh, boy, if I could do it all over again. She says that the kid, throws the kid under the bus, obviously. She's fighting for her life here. That he grabbed the phone when she didn't have it, put in her passcode, sent the message to his phone. He's blackmailing her. Her lawyer speaking for her. Everybody's coming after her because she's good looking and is just a good person who cared too much for him.
I mean, she is pretty good looking.
She's cute. But it's all on the cloud. She and her husband got married last August. They were student athletes together at Concordia University, which is I think it's a Jesus school in suburban Chicago. So there's your other red flag. High school sweethearts, Jesus school. Kids, look out. The kid's parents discovered it when they went to back up his phone. His mom had bought him a new phone. As she was setting it up, she logged into her son's iCloud account, discovered the messages, took them right to the cops. And they come knocking on this woman's door.
And that's where the mistake was made.
Yes.
Delete that stuff, kid.
Delete. Well, it's in the cloud.
Jesus Christ.
In the cloud.
You can delete it from the cloud.
Well, he didn't know that.
Dummy. What a dope.
His brain is still forming.
That's what I'm saying. There's his mistake.
Well, anyway, there's your kids.
Kids Corner!
Yeah, okay. We got to go. Hey, thanks, guys, for hanging out. Rosebud Baker is on the show tomorrow. I'm very excited to meet her. She's very funny. She's doing the weekend at Hilarities. She has got quite the story to tell. She's got a new hour on Netflix called The Mother Lode. And I've never met her, but I'm a big fan, so that'll be fun. Where can people find you in the off hours, Rob?
WMMS Rob on the Instagrams.
And I'm Alan Cox Show on your social media accounts. This program available in its entirety within minutes on all of your favorite podcast platforms and on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen there, you can always drop us talkback messages. If you want to drop voicemails, the After Hours line is there for you, too. It is 216-986-8903. Cavs off tonight. They're in Phoenix tomorrow night, play the Suns. You're going to get the Corey Roddick experience next. So thanks very much for hanging out. If you want to watch the show, it's always on our YouTube channel. And you can email me for anything. You need Alan Cox Show stickers. I'm going to start working on them urinal cakes. Email me at alancoxshow.com. And that's it. We'll talk to you again tomorrow around 2 o'clock. Guys, thanks for listening. I will see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big Brother is watching you. Be circumspect and discreet. Stay light on your mental feet. One slip and you know you're through. Big Brother is watching you. Conform with all directives. Remember, obedience pays.